Okay, so net's stable. We have a lot of back and forth going with the bitrate right now. But hopefully it's fine. I've done pretty much all I could do on this end to heighten the stability of the bitrate. Plug the things that need unplugging, plugging them back in. Moving several bulky objects away from this and that. So, no, that doesn't have to fall down. So we'll see how stable it gets. Both out of game and in. Since we got a few good big acquisitions yesterday. So we gotta work on integration of new provinces. Because now we do have disparate peoples across cultures and creeds who aren't very happy with Neapolitan dominance, and our Italians are finally members of the Hungarian Union. But because it is the Hungarians' union, they do have seniority. Which means, once again, I am foreign to myself. And being foreign to myself, first off, is not a very good thing. That means I got minimum interactions with myself and my family. And we gotta be top dog. We're Italy after all. We got a world-spanning kingdom. Number 2 great power in all the world, just behind Great Wu. Hey, Toasty. Objective for today, careful toast, is going to be building up our strength, building Casus Belli, and then turning against our old allies in Hungary to become the dominant power between us. Careful toast. And if all else fails, we could always do a war to push for our claim on the throne. Because right now, my son is set to inherit Italy, and my younger son is set to inherit everything else. And wouldn't you know it, there's our first disconnect of the day 10 minutes in. Hopefully from here on out it's a little bit more stable. But given it was 10 minutes in, I'm not going to be crossing my fingers. And because BF has a day off, he wants to do his own stuff today in the same room with minimum Wi-Fi coverage. Oh, well. We haven't got any Navy queues right now. So let's start with... Enter! Alright. Let's see. It's currently at 110 boats. Let's make it 120 for now. I lied. 125. $13. So we got a capacity of 1,800 here. My connection's a bit LOL. Yeah, Swedish guy. I know. My hope is that this 5,000 kilobytes per second and zero drop frames remain such for the whole day. Yesterday was very good. Yesterday, we actually got 6 solid hours with minimum disconnect. That was fantastic. But right now, it's been 14 minutes of stream. It was a little bit rough during pre-stream, but not too badly. Only about 8-10% of all frames dropped across like a 5-6 minute period. And then once the stream's actually fired up, this is 2 disconnections. The first at 10 minutes, the second at 14. So the hope, the hope is that it stays stable after some early bumpiness, but we will see. We're going to send this little group all the way across the ocean. Because my colony here wants to fight against this little republic, and who am I to say no? But it's a tiny fight, so those 3 guys is all they really need. Neom, look at them go! They want to sail against the current. Oh yeah, we got Bermuda. What if I send them to Santo Antão first? They can replenish there for a little bit, and then actually sail with the current, get up there, finish their job, and then go on home with the current. Unless I just keep them there. So, Rebels not worried about diplomacy. We're almost at 20 spies in Hungary. But I'm also down to only 0.03, 0.35 spies, with 32 per month. I don't need the spies that I have here, really. I've already got most of the useful information I can get out of them. This is filling up the map. But, 1, I don't think there's an achievement for filling up the entire map. And 2, they went backwards with Europa Universalis 5. After several Paradox games, very wisely took the approach, we're alright, fine. This isn't exactly a paid competition, you don't need Iron Man mode to get achievements. Go ahead, get achievements with the ability to save scum. Whatever, it doesn't matter, most of you won't anyway. To EU5, where achievements are locked behind doing Iron Man, which is basically suicidal for any campaign. So I think I'll just let these... I'll ignore these spies for now, because I want to get started on building Casus Belli to claim seniority in the Hungarian Union. We'll turn this Hungarian Union into the Italian Union. They very wisely have a parliament going to enforce law implementation, which means that the junior partner, i.e. me, will sync up with everybody else on integration level. Take over seniority. Allows us to surpass Hungary's role of senior partner within the Hungarian Union. Okay. See, the two ways that I saw to claim seniority was one, go to war for seniority. I was ready to go to war for seniority. Also, I still had the bitrate thing up. The bitrate thing here is basically just a desktop capture, but centered entirely on the stream stability information section of OBS, since I have no other way to capture OBS. But it means that if I keep it on, then you just get a little bit of the screen of the game just in a slice over there. But it looks stable so far. It's been like 5 minutes since the disconnect. And we've got 5,000, 4,000 kilobytes per second. Only 2.2 of all frames so far dropped. So maybe you'd have to get the rough stuff out. So like I was saying, I was prepared to create Casus Belli, to go to war with Hungary to claim the seniority position. There was that, or there was the foundation law for established seniority, which I think we could probably vote on the second time, just to, you know, ensure the law stays put, and if established seniority passes and remains, then it makes us the senior partner. But there's a button right there. Where is it? Where's that button? I saw a button. There's a button. There's a button to take over seniority. Hungary will hate me for it, but I could just push the button and we win. We lost a bunch of guys on the trip over. They were starving. Okay, what if I... Don't you fucking dare fly me back over to the capital when I press the raise levy button. I want to raise levies where I'm centered on the screen. Son of a bitch! And they're still dropping guys. These poor farmers and laborers are like, alright, boss. You want us to do our patriotic duty and rise up as levies? Alright, where are we going? We're going to, we're gonna help you out in Egypt? We're going to Tunis again? Spain? And I ship these poor farmers and laborers all the way across the Atlantic. Okay. See, the dumbest thing about that is that they're doing the very smart thing of using the parliament to make my laws and my inheritance match with theirs. But the trouble is, they didn't try to bribe my estates, which is very cheap and easy, to get enough support, and I can't manually give them support. Spread of popular literacy, great number of cheap minor publications, pamphlets, so on, so on, so on. Particularly immoral and political ballad led to demands that we limit the press more harshly, that we take disloyal printers, their products into our care. Forbid publications, lose 10 research progress, or lose 10 legitimacy. I can't buy research progress. Also, why am I minus 49? Not a commander during war. Am I not? Apparently I'm not. Okay, which fleet is this? The First Navy? I can't make myself the commander because Hungary still got seniority. Well, we got a button There, we're the rightful senior partner. I'm no longer foreign to myself. I'm no longer losing legitimacy. And, all my kids live with me still? Location Napoli, okay. Well, that was it. That was the goal of the stream, to claim seniority, and we did. Number 2 great power, so seniority was ours. England 19, Poland 22, Galway 93, Hungary 11, they raised 1 point. Italian Union does not have a consistent union integration level with all of its members. Yeah, that's what the parliament is for, dum-dum. That's the entire point of doing a parliament. We don't have a consistent integration level, we don't have the same law, and the parliament is set to fix that. But we could negotiate succession law and they'll say yes. And I could do it individually for every party. If I do it with Hungary, then Hungary stays in the Union because we sync our succession. Couple of kids need better educations. Hey. It's been pretty unstable. I gotta disconnect twice in 14 minutes. You could also watch stuff on your telephone. It's called using a mobile browser that you could put an ad blocker onto. Like I use Firefox that I put uBlock Origin onto. The uBlock Origin extension still works on mobile Firefox. If push came to shove. Let's give this kid, we'll give expensive education. And Lydia is slow. We'll give her admin. But now we don't need these spies on Hungary after all. Cancel those spies. Where's my boat? Boats all the way. Those are other boats. Hey, made it up! Easiest, simplest little war, but we had to lose like 300 guys just boating over in the first place. %, we might lose a brig on the way back. Throne of Quinnipiac. They got a masterpiece regalia. This little colonial republic right there. What? I don't. What's wrong with your headphones? Oh. Your headphones don't work with your phone? Oh, because yours is a USB headphone?
It still has port, but it won't. I think I'd have to take off my phone case. I'm not doing that.
Your phone case is blocking the headphone jack?
It's open when I try to plug it in, it doesn't go in.
I've got the same phone, or the same headphone plug, so no headphone's gonna fit in that then. If your case is blocking it.
Interesting.
No, it's the same port, Mason. It can't be too
No,
big.
I
It's the
don't
same
need the
port.
input part. I need the part around
Get some extra cash. Then Roanoke will give you nothing because we haven't got the diplomats. And those levies will all get their own boats home. Intergravissimas. That's a new one. That's not the usual rotation. And new one, I mean, as per the Council of Trent. Legislative efficiency. They don't tell you in game, but legislative efficiency also helps with doing lawsuits. Antagonism. Helps with your antagonism. It's an unmentioned benefit. Okay, Lutheran Zealots are pretty low. We'll swap this guy on over to strengthen government. Because I want to get closer and closer to 100. We'll rock a whole integer for a couple of months, for a few months, then cut it down to half. Now what to do with this 26,000 burning a hole in my pocket? We got new territory. So we could do RGO building. We got salt, wool, lead, coal, iron. Genoa has more pool here. Then Burgos is pretty close. Montpellier is pretty close. Molahakar. Algiers basically has nobody. Except for a little bit of the Balearic Islands and its own surroundings. Should improve. Control, proximity. Proximity is not majorly bad. But I could build some modern roads around. There's already a modern road going this way. Let's put one across too. And that hasn't even used up half of my money. How about coastal forts for hostile disembark time? Naval battery, right. Naval battery is the next one up. We've already got plenty. And we could always build more. The entire Aegean is going to be a block of hostile naval attrition. Gotta make absolutely certain that we're safe on these shores. Enemies do like landing in Corsica, Sardinia. So you gotta keep them up and running around here too. Adriatic coast feels safer. Dry dock is old news. Now it's up to Grand Shipyard. Any more Grand Shipyards I can or should build? Currently being built all over the place. Coastal Fort. To Naval Battery. Dry dock goes to the Grand Shipyards. Bastions we don't have. But we're skipping straight on over to Star Forts, so when Star Forts get made, I'll put a few more out. So how about counting houses? We could put more counting houses places if we haven't got them yet. And it seems every place does. Minting offices. To get more control up. Control of 5 as well as giving some contribution to Crown Power. Pretty high pop all along the Tunisian and Algerian coasts. And there goes the money. Counting houses are sufficiently expensive enough to drain them. Okay, so Hungary, Poland, and Galway leaving Union. But England isn't. So England matches my inheritance law? Cognatic primogeniture. So no. We'll spend our diplomats seeking everybody then. Reign in junior diplomacy. Spreads 50% of our institutions to Hungary. They'll hate us more. Reign in junior diplomacy. Hostile diplomatic annexation cost. Plus 50%. How quickly another country can diplomatically annex the country with the modifier. Higher this modifier, the more tedious the annexation process becomes. Why would I want to add that? Well, check that out. We could begin the annexation process even if they like us. But... oh, our integration jumped right up. Integration's all the way up to 7 now. Very cool. Okay. So Hungary, all we gotta start doing is raising their opinion by 18.91 over time. Wait. Enforce peace minus 89. Eclipsed in union minus 99. Plus 1.99 yearly. Shared borders a hard minus 67. Enemy of my enemy in same union plus 20 military access. So for now, we'll negotiate succession law, which they will hate. So we have Hungary in the Union, but they're not going to like us for a little while. I have limited ways of raising their opinion, but so many ways of dropping it. And we do have to drop it. Because we lacking a disparate integration level. We cannot use a parliament to sync our laws. What we'd have to do is get some new partner into the union. If we had a new partner in the union, then we could use a parliament to catch them up to our integration level, and in doing so sync everybody else's inheritance laws too. Which kind of makes the parliament a little bit useless. Poland's fine with me, England's fine with me. It has to be done. Minus 12 now. Minus 75. Minus 99. Minus 89. Ugh, there's so many things going against, we can't even annex them yet. Sir Robert of Eiffel has been designated as heir by forces above the law. Come on. What's that even supposed to mean? Absolute cognatic primogeniture. So why are you going to him? So that means that I'm dropping opinion with Hungary for nothing. Well, I could isolate Hungary by methodically changing everybody's laws back over. Who needs Marion? Sir Suli's law? No countries want a royal marriage. Any Angio ladies we could marry into that aren't ancient? No. We are bereft of young ladies in the country, and nobody else wants to marry into them from outside the country. France, do you want to marry into us? Royal marriage, my kid, and a bunch of old ladies. Ottomans, you guys are Christian now. Orthodox, do you want a royal marriage? No royal marriage. Kiev doesn't dislike us, but nobody available. Smolensk, no royal marriage. Sweden, we can't marry into the Swedish guys. Or the Norwegian guy, they're the same guy. The Albans? No one. What about my colonies? You can't do royal marriages with the colonies? I guess my boy's just going unmarried then. Unhappiness among the clergy. It's just the clergy. By default, they want to be super happy with me. What's the equilibrium at? 97.3. They love me. Val di Mazzara starving again. How? Why? You guys got food? You got plenty of food. You've got maize, you've got wheat. Okay, so you don't have the wheat. You've got this little corner here. This little corner here wants to starve so much. Okay, they don't have the maize either. It's because they don't have any RGOs of their own that provide food. Alright, you guys want more sheep farms? Could I give you sheep farms? Fruit orchards? And we'll give your neighbors some fruit orchards too. I'll give you 3 fruit orchards. Sheep farms can't fit within Val di Mazzara itself. So, fruit orchards, sheep farms are the 2 laborer food production buildings we could have given them. How about fishing villages? Despite being on the coast, it's at a... oh. We can't build it a town, can't build it a town, can't build it a city. It's too built up around here. Without much in terms of rural agriculture. We can't give him irrigation. Forest Village just gives... what is it? Turns wild game into leather. They can't eat leather. Farming villages. We just had to turn Cunny Honey into a town. I'm gonna downgrade Cunny Honey. They don't need all they do here. They lose all their buildings, but they need the food more than they need more of that stuff. Market village only. We can't even put... well, they could have sheep farms here. So... there. 9 sheep farms. Enjoy it. Poland. Negotiate succession law change. Hungary, Poland, and Galway. By forces above the law. EU5 by forces above the law. It's related to heir religion. They both have laws that allow only for heirs to be of the same religion. Assuming your heir is Catholic, neither Orthodox Kiev or Lutheran Austria would accept him. Technically, since patch 1.02, if you manage to enact unified succession law, then it should also change their religion laws to yours if you're the senior partner. So check if you have it set to the same religion and change it to no restriction. Okay, so that means the trouble here is that while we all have a form of cognatic primogeniture, which means that it should be the same guy inheriting, because our religious law is currently more permissive than theirs, that it's not working. So I don't need to... It's not the succession line needs to change. Absolute cognatic primogeniture allows children, allows male. It basically goes from the oldest male anyway. Just girls are allowed. And their law just goes through, well, now it's absolute cognatic. Cognatic primogeniture just goes through the male, that's it. So it would have been the oldest kid anyway. Let's go back then. Autosave was on the 1st of November. So I don't need to force them to change from cognatic primogeniture to a different flavor of cognatic primogeniture, because it's still going to go for the oldest qualifying son. What I have to do is change my own religious law to same religion. And that's it. And then that'll disqualify my own kid, because it has to be a Catholic king for a Catholic country. If but I actually could call Parliament. But because we have the same integration level, we're not able to call it. We can only call Parliament to get all member to the same integration level. Since all your members have integration 5, it can't call, and you frankly don't need it. It doesn't do more than equal out integration level. Nuh-uh. Orgasmus 1 from 1 month ago, it also syncs all the equivalent inheritance laws together. Where's my next Senato? 13 months ago, so we got a while yet. I could try to change the law on my own. If I were to change that law from any religion to same religion, then we would still need to force their law change after all. Right? But then it still gives us designated as heir by forces above the law, so I don't know. Worst case scenario, we could always just push our own claim to the throne once we die. I could maybe try... I was gonna say, maybe try dropping one union partner to see if we can't pull in another. But if I marry my kid out and then my kid gets a crown someplace, it's not gonna make them into our union. It's places that I rule. And I can't quite squeeze in any more of that. Still allied to Bohemia. Still allied to nobody. Truce with Bulgaria, Ottomans, Egypt. I don't see Spain. Okay. So we have the PU. But I'm 51 years old, who knows how long I'm going to live. And in Hungary, John isn't in line at all according to this. Every member of the union adopts the implemented government reforms and policies where available of the senior partner. Codified inheritance is all the way down here. Unified succession law. Every member of the unit adopts a succession law, the senior partner if possible. Adopts the heir religion of the senior partner if possible. Lock succession laws can neither be applied nor overridden. So one thing I could do is undo all these laws. And then redo codified inheritance. And that should sink us. We could spend prestige and legitimacy to drop on down, and then change law, change law, change law. Yeah? And we have most of the score, so... Unless every single person votes against me, which they probably will. One wants unification. Can I get Hungary to vote my way? No, they're all going to vote against me, so this route is not a very good one. $800, somewhere like 900 votes to go. And they only need 300 to oppose me. Earthquake, and that's it. That's it. The effort's wasted. So, I could try to spend several years undoing laws and trying to get it to sink that way. But that implies that everybody votes my way, and they won't. They don't like to vote my way by default. They want to stay integrated, but the union's not going to stay together. If we don't get this through, is a problem. My guys are like 50-some years old, he's not going to survive all too long. And seemingly... So this guy's Catholic. Robert is Catholic. John went Hussite. It was either he goes Hussite or he loses all of his stats. Alright. So things I think should make this work. Religion law. For heir religion. Any religion. The heir could be of any religion. Same religion. Heir has to be from the same religion as the prevailing one. Because if Reddit's correct, the oopsie whoopsie, you changed your law to match theirs, whatever, but powers above the law have already assigned this guy, is because of their heir religion. So Robert is Catholic, and so he could inherit Hungary. Italy doesn't have such restriction right now, and so the Hussite John, or whatever his name is, can inherit Italy but not Hungary. So if I get these both to change then, it'll be a few years until we can do another Senato and get the law changed on the quick. So until then, I didn't spend my 26,000. They're still starving out here. Let's drop Honey. Do they need so many towns around here? Because they've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places. Salemi is tiny. They haven't got much of anything here anyway. What if you downgrade Salemi? They're already rural? Then why can't I build... They do have sheep farms. But they can't do fruits. I got a bunch of stuff in Honey, and now it's all gonna go away. So they can grow more sheep. What else do we build? Counting houses? Oh yeah. Got a bunch of coastal batteries and things too. Oh, this infrastructure, we lost the reload experimenting around coastal forts. Grand shipyards floating everywhere. So those already were locked in. Damn you. Click. This will be a death trap for boats trying to come in or out. $125 puts them at 75,000 capacity. So they still can't fit. How do you guys get so bloated? Right, because we built up the musketeers. And the higher tiers have more weight. Forgot about that. So you're up to a weight of 86,000 now. 92,000, it's 1-1 to their size. $600 transport capacity. Well, we could try to get... Where's the new boat for this era? We got frigates coming in. They're a light ship. Xebics is a galley for the era, right? Galley type ship, 2-decker. Is the heavy ship type. Where's the transport? Merchantman. 1,000 capacity. Let's put merchantman to the queue. All the way down to 19, so it's not going to help me anytime soon. More boats. More boats until the end of time. So I think for now, I do just have to eat the diplomatic cost of forcing them to accept my succession law. It sucks, but I haven't got all that much of a choice. And Genoa market's still short on lumber. Genoa market's short on lumber forever. Go away. I can't get rid of this window now. Oh, there it is. Not the button I would have expected. No more sawmill could be built in Genoa market. Lumber mill. Turns tools into one lumber. Everywhere's gonna have a local mill. How else will kids get into zany adventures? Of course, Genoa only needs this many lumber mills when I start building a bunch of boats in their areas. Insult the Bulgarians. Right in their Bulgaria. And while we wait for all that, we've got 43,000 guys over here. All the capable people are so old. Let's do our war in Majapahit. They're currently in a war with Luwu. They've only got 52 boats. Galleasses, pinnaces, carracks. So they're a generation behind. Well, so's us. They're 2 generations behind then. Parliament approved claim to take Damak. And Damak itself will also join in. Also, I forgot to raise the cost of my army. Lutheran Zealous, put you away from now. Put you back on over to where strengthen government. Get some legitimacy up. Condition morale up. Ideally, would have done that first. Frigates unlocked. New light ship discovered. What kind of boats they have here? Some heavies, some light. I think we could take them. Okay, what we're gonna do first is Damak has a whole lot of heavier forts. Level 4 fortification, level 4 fortification. But we have tech that gives us higher advantage. And they got 25,000 guys coming in. And died instantly. Come on. No longer part of the Union. New king. That's a bit sucky. I'm gonna just redo the entire half hour or whatever. I don't even care. Like, I've said that my guy is going to die because he's 51 years of age. And we don't have the advantage that foreign rulers do of living into their 70s. My guys have been dying young and I know it. But that was right away. Come on, come on. Give me some time to get the Senato back at least. And change my succession law to must match the state religion. Not even the past half hour, the past hour. This is gonna be one of them days. That's why I started off with such rough bit rate earlier. That was my warning. That, buddy, you don't want what's coming up today. We take all that time. We take all that time to get into the Hungarian Union, only to die right away. What the fuck is that? Hurry up and click, damn you. Guess who gets to redo all the stuff we just did? You see how it's fiber crops on top and sheep farms below? Not anymore. If I just want to click things over and over and over, it doesn't make it an easy way to do it because it just flips the order around. Fuckers. What else did we do? We did... It'd be nice if they keep similar buildings together. Like if one thing is a tier below the other, just keep them side by side. Or just remove the lower tier from the list entirely. Lower tiers that I cannot build, and buildings that require research that I do not have, are things I do not need to see cluttering the list. What is the point of having a thing on there if it's going to say, well, you have the higher tier, just build that anyway? Or if it's going to tell me you can't build this building, you don't have the research, then don't put it on there. If I can't build it, then I don't care. This is the build buildings list, not the here's the menu for later list. The term for that is just clutter. Fucking click. It's so difficult just to click on a thing in this game. Occur. Now, so I don't have to redo things over and over and over, at least not that process over and over and over. Put it under FAQ. So, Hungary. Negotiate succession law. And then for Italy, should I just consume the stability loss of changing the law on my own some outside the Senato? $80 stability, plunging me down to -60. Because as is, it still has it as Prince John up until... It'll clear out by November. We're not going to live to see June, practically. Oh, -50 stability. Well, then who needs army and fort maintenance then? Reduce inflation. Let's set one over to foster new culture. Form a new primary culture 3,174 days. Stabilized country. Plus 13, whoa. Now, are we going to live to see the law change manifest and maintain the Union? Because our guy that's going to inherit doesn't even get a claim on Hungary. Okay, now it's Robert as our actual heir. See, look at that. And their modifiers, same religious group, yes. Sometimes the game does tell you, and modifiers, same religious group, yes. When it says, whoa, we've already chosen their heir due to powers outside your control, that doesn't tell you shit. But it's saying this, so sometimes it tells you, sometimes it doesn't. So, rushing like this, we only lose England as a Union member, but that's not the worst. So John will end up inheriting England, the Pale, and Onondaga. All the way out there. Alright. That sounds fine to me. So this gets us one step closer to our plan of unifying Hungary and Italy. And because Pops is 51 years of age, and because he's a player character, his lifespan is cut in half. Look at how old King John was. 75 years of age. I don't get that privilege. Remarkably, decent numbers, decent numbers. Growth attracts commoners. Moving out of the hinterlands of Lenago to aim to earn a living in Ostiglia, creating turmoil in the countryside, but Ostiglia may benefit. Oh well, accept it. We have free subjects. They're not bound to their land anymore. Suli's law can't marry anybody. There's nobody around, not even in country, who's young enough for him. Only old ladies again. Because there's a slight pause in the day when the hours tick to the next day, hour tick to the next day, hour tick to the next day. This kind of feels more like Speed 4 in Crusader Kings 2. Two diplomats. And a wonder that we haven't lost these yet. Saverio Gallo died at 57 exploring the Iono Rhina Sea, committed suicide. He was that miserable out here, I don't believe it. You see, now that we rush the law change into the negative stability, we're not dead. You see that? The game specifically tries to cheat you. Okay, so from Egypt, what do I want to steal? Steal their air? Egypt knows as far out as Nepal. I like how there's places that we could explore where we already know most of the areas in there. I don't see the highlight. Oh, there it is. Got straight line going through Eurasia. Just seat again, adjust seat. Okay, round 2 of doing this war. This time we'll wait properly for our morale to come back. And if I die now, it doesn't matter, because the inheritances have been synced for as much as I care to sync them. Except we still can't because we still have mine under 50 stability. Keep forgetting about that. Spent extra money for nothing. I'm just that eager to get started. Same religious group. So even if we swapped England to absolute cognatic primogeniture, John would still qualify to go ahead because he's the eldest, and same religious group doesn't disqualify Hussites. Hungary still got some hate on me. Formed a marriage union with Alba, Italy, Poland, England, Hungary, Galway. So Alba joined in. Italian-Alban marriage union. Huh. But they're not in this union, so it doesn't give me a chance to use the parliament. But wife became Queen of Alba? And Alba. So, we might lose England, but we get the superior country. I liked England. London was alright to visit, the Jurassic Coast was fun, Midlands was pretty chill. But Scotland was so much nicer. Give me the choice, and it'd be Scotland any day. Egypt, we don't need spies on you anymore. And now that we're under 50 stability, now we'll get morale back. Now we'll attack Majapahit. And this time we'll be foolish and go for the biggest fort first. They've only got 400 defenders on it because it's early into the war. That makes them on par with the level 2 fort right now. Let's go this way. A little bit of something to distract us now that we had our hour of roughness. Where are they going to go? Are they going to go to Portalinga and try to? They are trying to unsiege it away from me. Isn't that cute? What do they got? They got lots of levies, some regulars. Our balance isn't too bad. 16, 19, 16. Morale is excellent. And they're very much dead. What are they doing there? The silly goobers trying to take a city back from me? They're just throwing themselves at me. Okay. We'll sit these guys back in our territory and replenish for a little bit. I put those notifications aside so I can look at them afterwards, but because escape is a closeout of all notifications thing, I can hate that. Either way, we got more visibility out here. Let's get more explorers out. Chook! As the Howleys used to call it, truck. Everybody's got such mediocre stats across the board. Adam? Nobody impresses me anymore. The generations of great explorers, great cabinet members, great sailors and soldiers, they're all extinct. Okay, and I'll wait for a bit. Unhappiness among merchants. 2 years of less trade efficiency, 2.5, or lose 10 whole estate satisfaction. With stability as low as it is, people's numbers are dropping. They're not happy when I change the law on my own to be less inclusive. It's only 2 years. I'll suck it up for 2 years. This is a game you play on speed 4 and 5 anyway. Those 2 years are gonna go by in the blink of an eye. Okay, that's enough for now. Let's relieve some of these forts, then head back over. What is this? Rebellion against Banten. If I double-click the flag, it should warp me over to the country. Oh. Ow. Is that him? Is that the rebellion? Alright, let's solve this. Oh, Brunei's helping out, which is cool. Not really. Cebu, Melina, Mai, Brunei has subjects. Sarigam Malayu. I thought that Dai Viet was also in a union with this area. Dai Viet, Soma, Brunei's not a part of that? So we got 2 things we could be greedy with here. We could take Brunei, or at least significant parts of it. What do they got? They got lots of gold up here in the southwest. Cloves further up. I think taking some gold area might be appropriate compensation for them backing rebels. Let the month tick, get more guys in. Though I could use some actual generals here too. Sir John, you're set to inherit nothing but England. You poor, poor devil. Since you won't impress with rank, you can impress by distinguishing yourself in combat. I want to make a joke about my prince getting the assault ability. But that'd be in a bit of poor taste. Hungary, I'm sure, has this, but because we got pulled into war anyway, we're still going to get some positive modifiers for having helped out. Plus 96 aided us prior. Yeah. Yeah, we certainly did. Defending us plus 75. You know, we got all these guys over here. Let's help them out. We'll combine these boats, because my boats are still too small for all of them. We'll just split them in half after. Bulgaria declared us their rival. They wish. They got nothing on us. Star forts unlocked. Fort level +6. Minus 5% unrest. Garrison size 2,000. What's the production method? Stone, firearms, cannons, tools, and weapons. I can imagine they're going to be very costly. $250 boats combined make 150,000. And I'm going to be losing monthly prestige for not piloting the biggest boat. It's only 1,000 defenders, 7 cannon to 4 fort. There, 14, no blockade. Where's that 10,000 going? Do you want to undo over there? We haven't stand a chance. Have not stand a chance. I stand by what I said. Huh. Still losing legitimacy per month. But I am... Am I not in charge of the Navy right now? Yeah, that's me right there. Is First Navy not the biggest stack we got? 234. Or do they want me in charge of one of the armies? Is the army so big now, with all this extra weight, that they want me here? I could scroll forever. Second army. Zero. Well, as long as they're happy. But I feel like the tick's gonna come right back as soon as it remembers that this fleet is now empty. Breach! 950 defenders at a breach, go for it! Into the walls. So, for Damak, we have their capital, we have about just under half their country. Will they be willing to peace separately? Minus 13 still. They won't be happy until I occupy all of them. And I will. Where's my guys? They're at the wrong area. As always. Visually at the wrong area, I mean. There, see? Teleported right back over. Very fun game graphically. Oh, it's already July. I should have parked them in. That way they could replenish a little bit. Where am I putting them? Wrong way. Just plant them right over. And these guys aren't babies. I can't coddle them every time. They gotta make forward advancement. $1,000 dudes will wait. Meanwhile... oh, this clutter I gotta look through. Where's Serbia's capital? I just want to find one little bit of gold, and there's so much schmutz all over the place. There it is. Tarnovo. Shall we go for the head of the snake? $19,000 money for 49 food. The promise of new land brings the warm thoughts of a new future. However, such ambitions shatter when crushed by the weight of a cold and dry environment. Such is the case for those who pursued their luck, settling the lands of Mascarene Islands. Expected to be with good soil and ample grazing lands, our settlers are bitterly disappointed upon witnessing the state of the settlement's location. Such is life. Dry spell decaying modifier. Minus 5% population growth and people simply die. $980. We'll see where this tick gets us once this cycle finishes. Oh, turnover was quick. Turnover was not even defended. Well, let's help out with this castle then. Could I flip Tarnovo? Transfer occupation? to anybody that I choose. Nah, to Hungary. That way when the time for peace comes, it'll rightfully go back to them. Do you think the AI should do this if you haven't promised some land in a war? Like automatically flip it back to you? We had to delay some progress in Macedonia because Hungary had to take a couple of pieces of land I had my eye on. Though technically that was their war. But they should have known I wanted it. Reach +1. Go for it. Okay. They've basically got everything covered. Serbia wasn't a threat in the first place. We're just helping out with our boo. You see this? Not a single death. The game saw what we were doing. It's like, you got too good of a plan here. Quit it. He's already in an Order of Chivalry. Plus 15 from the Order of Chivalry brought him all the way up to 62, 65, 59. Alphonse has an expensive education. Alphonse! You better not disappoint us, Alphonse! Only 250 defenders here, alright. We'll take it easy. Get an easy thing going. Steal some more art. And let's do a brief tour around to replenish. Fight off here. Then replenish for a bit. Third rebellion against Hungary. I've helped out. We cannot abandon our allies until 12 months have passed, and not until April 1st. April Fool, separate peace. We could humiliate Serbia. Get 5 whole prestige. Pay war reparations, but they won't exist for long. They can pay some money. Is basically the best we can do. Humiliate them and get some lunch money. But I think we'll stick by with Hungary until the end of the war. We kinda gotta re-impress them. Twenty-9th of October. They want to come over this way. Do I have enough time to get across before the 1st of November? Nope, too slow. I just wanted to replenish my dudes. Is that so much to ask for? Fine, I'll take the fight. Taking war score on the Bhutan side. Italy have lost. They were fighting the prisoners before fighting my guys. Then Majapahit lost. Slaughter the prisoners. Okay. It's December. Let's have them rest for Christmas. And see if Demak is willing. Minus 38, minus 75. Could I just... well, I can't take their entire country. They're too prosperous here. Beeswax, rice, horses, livestock, rice, clay. So, RGO-wise, Majapahit has cloves. Then the rest is just, do I want more land, more population? There's definitely loads of population. So for Damak, that's Brunei. Wrong one. For the Mac. They won't accept taking their capital. Realm 2 fractured. I kinda wanna take their capital though. They've only got a couple more pieces of land I could take. Da-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-boom. Da-da-da-da-da. Send these guys home to Rome. We got more spies right now too. Spy network. What to steal on? Mongolian Great Lakes. We'll go out here, take these two forts. Then we'll turn back around and take the last of Dumak. Reach a state of affairs of very little opposition to our liberal rule remains. Our estated advisors have stopped plotting and resisting against our course, at least for now. We expect less resistance, plus 10 liberalism. It's just throwing free liberalism my way. $1,000. Oh wait. And we still have these guys. There we go. Get food. Once we get a breach here. Now that's it. Let's breach. Instantaneous slaughter that. Alice coup. Crown Prince Robert's sword sweeps out from its sheath, the blade now pointing squarely towards the king, having finally made his move against the throne, which he believes to have been long mismanaged. Crown Prince Robert looks nervously at his co-conspirators. I didn't see any disaster for the low stability. All the while, an otherworldly sense of fatigue washes over the king, who knows there could be no painless solution to this crisis if he wasn't so indulgent from the start. King Alphonse does feel quite old and he dies. Ruler considered illegitimate for 5 years. Minus 0.1 legitimacy, minus 0.25 estate satisfaction equilibrium for 5 years. Crown Prince Robert, the spoiled little runt, will die instead. Now if we lose Crown Prince Robert, whose stats are kinda then who's next in line? Joan of Eiffel. Joan of Eiffel wouldn't be too bad. Because then we could marry her to an angio guy, and this way we redirect Hungary and Italy back to the Angio dynasty. This can work. This is good. This is good, actually. Robert of Eiffel, then Joan. Kingdom of Hungary. Let's see. Where could I see what laws they got? Is absolute cognatic primogeniture, so Joan is second in line. Poland is only cognatic primogeniture, so Joan is number 3. Current heir is not Crown Prince Robert of Eiffel. Well, sorry, Robert. I mean, look at him. Even with his joining the Order of St. George, he's only got 59 martial. This is a mediocre son going up against his 87, 81, 100 martial dad, who was also a bold fighter. King Alphonse might be quite old, but Robert stood no chance against him. And sacrificing my son to Poseidon was actually all I needed for the siege of Surabaya to complete, apparently. So Poland will negotiate succession law change. Galway. Do I care too much about Galway? I might as well. So now England is the only one set to lose. Little Joan, who's gallant, will give an expensive education. She's already 9 years of age, so she's been in school for 6 years and will be in school for 7 more. So I should have given her an expensive education from the start, but that's all right. The important thing is getting Hungary into our fold with a bit of extra, and then returning the dynasty somehow to the Angios, and this will be our ticket to it. It doesn't even matter if the only Angios available to marry are 59 years old the day she turns 16, because the babies they produce won't be. I'm sure you must hear some horrid things being in the same room while I'm streaming, Mason. All these prisoners taken? I could upgrade their prisoners. I'm not that nice. Slaughter them. Oh, they had so much good stuff here. Look at all that art. Now only one bit of land remains for Damak. Agatha of Eiffel needs an education. She is rowdy. She could have military. We'll have her join the Girl Scouts. So, Damak. What's this? First rebellion against Banten. Brunei is still a participant, but is no longer the primary participant. Cebu is now. Khmer Empire is all the way deep in the Philippines. Well, this means that I can no longer depend on just taking land from Brunei then. Because peace treaty with Cebu. We can't do Brunei separately. We cannot negotiate separate peace as an overlord in a subject revolt war. So we're basically stuck here until this reaches like 100% or whatever. Ugh! We got stuck in a forever war now. We could just boat on down. Cebu looks like it has no castles. Why did it swap from Brunei to Cebu? Either way, we can do separate peace with Demak for this war. They won't accept being completely erased. Over 100 war score. But they can, quite potentially, be fully erased the next time. They'll only have 1, 2, 3, 4 remaining. 93 costs to take all this. We'll have them pay... The war reparations won't be that much. We'll humiliate them, and that pushes over 100. Okay, we'll just steal their lunch money. To the maximum peace score allowed possible. And as for Majapahit, how much could I take off of you here? The war was for Damaka, that's only at minus 31 now. We haven't taken their capital yet. They'll probably be more willing to acquiesce if we take this from them. Catalonia finished integration. I'm a bit worried about that. 10,000 guys we dropped onto. 2 extra guys at integration is all right. We got 1 on stabilization, 1 on reduce inflation. We'll put another to strengthen government. Oh, we killed them, nothing to worry about. But it did kill 6,000 of ours, almost 7,000. We've taken their capital, and we've taken the castle that overlooks it. Now, are they more willing to acquiesce to my peace? Minus 18. Well, that's all perfectly fair. We got more than we can take over from them, without even having to leave the island. But first, that's about 2 hours of stream. Game's so exciting, I haven't even finished my cup of tea. But first, let me take a BRB, stretch my legs. Back is doing much better. Sitting here for 2 hours has not destroyed my poor... What is this? Lower rear abdominal area, lower back area. So progress. So enjoy the pretty map, and I'll be back momentarily. Miracle upon miracles. The stream did not cut off while I was gone. Music did, because dynamic music player decides dynamically we need no music. Tibet's looking pretty healthy. Right, get the UI back. 27,000 bucks to spend. Could spend some more on infrastructure. Bohemian naturally won't accept. Auto is too far away. What's your issue, Auto? Positive 24 against minus 103. Union is minus 60. 38 against 110. Cyprus is close. 83 against 98. Different religion. Finnmark, 61, 110. Makuria against 98. Norway, 32 to 109. The Norwegians don't want to marry into me. Oh well. We've got our plan going for our own internals. I don't want to break my heart, but let me see. Search for men. Not married, adult, angio. Luigi, 43 years of age. Luigi, 38 years of age. That's pretty decent. They're gonna be much older than whatever my daughter's name is. Adolescent. There are no angio children. Oh, there's little Carlo! Little 5-year-old Carlo, and hey, chillin' chum! There is one angio child who is only 4 years younger than my daughter. So I could marry my daughter to someone who's gonna be comfortably middle-aged by the time she becomes 16, or somebody who will be 12 years old by the time she's 16. I think that's pretty good odds either way. We could probably wait for little Carlo. Carlo, who's your family? Roberto and my daughter Rachel. So, daughter Rachel and granddaughter by way of Robert. So, daughter, son, daughter, son, daughter. They're closer in age, but I'm pretty sure that's direct cousins. You're just passing through, Chillin' Chum? Merry Christmas to you too. Thanks for dropping in, Chillin' Chum. You have a good day. Mason, should I marry my grandson to my granddaughter? They're not siblings, you're just cousins. Yeah? Nah? Well, I probably shouldn't marry my grandchild to my grandchild. There'll be more angios. They have their periods of expansion and contraction. Oh, they got knocked down. By Banten's army? And the more goons coming in this way. Would I make it in time? Nope. Annexes Serbia, humiliates Serbia, good on him. Oh, they're going against the capital Tuban. Alright. Could I break out here yet? Minus 15? That's fine, it's just one city. It's their capital, but it's just one city. I'll permit them to relieve it for now. Gallop Cavalry Regular Regiment. I'm gonna do it. I'm going to upgrade to Gallop Cavalry and completely destroy the weight of my dudes. Speaking of weight of my dudes, where's my dudes? I have one army. I brought them back over here. They sat there, put them on a boat, and I brought the boats back over here. Their tag's just in the wrong place. Check this out. You want to see a magic trick? You want to see a magic trick? There's nobody in Rome. And now there is. Look at that. We got... the models themselves upgrade with the tech. $3,000. We got the money. Oh, that's where Malabum is. Where Malabum is. So, we could siege down on them and get some Indian foothold, but I don't think I will. We'll walk. It's only a little bit. Dia Gratia Rex, that's an old one. We'll vote yes. They're trying to come back around. How quaint. Oh, they're coming this way, it looks like. As soon as they reveal themselves, they'll go for the kill. It looks like they're coming back up. Tuban is up there. And there is where they shall die. More prisoners. Eliminate them. Alright, we can't siege a city. I was like, where's my assault button? Can't assault the city, I mean. More art captured. So if they want to relieve this place again, so I could capture it again. Mohakar Market is in lack of naval supplies. That's over here. Oh, just over here. No. There. That's one place I own, because that's still Algiers Market. The only place we have that's in Mojakar is this place, Little Lucina. Though I guess all the boats around here too. Alright. Now, are they ready to give up their territory? +6. It's a decent half of the island falling to me. Where's Bali? There's Bali. Apparently most people, when they go to Bali, they go to like the clubs and the nightlife areas of the south. We went as children. We're mostly in the interior part, looking at more cultural and historical stuff, going to monkey forests, visiting temples on lakes. So it kind of surprised me to enter adulthood and people are like, yeah, Bali, I'm trying to get there. I want to go to all the nightclubs. Oh, we got 2 Balis. There's 2 of them now? Violet needs an education. She's gregarious. That gives her diplomacy, right? Well, max out her diplomatic. I think that's all right for now, but if I want to take a little bit more from them, -11, 51, 48. If I were to take down here instead, 3, 7, 8, 55 to complete the province. So yeah, I'll just take this much. Then take their cash. Alright, we'll give this over to Banten. Not change policy. Oh, that's right, I can't give him land. Because I'm currently in war here still. And I can't end this war. Because Banten is the war leader. And so even though they're winning, we can't really do anything about it. Sulislao. There's nobody for you to marry into. We'll wait a little bit, say a month or so, and then we'll boat up, and then just land on Cebu and see what happens if we take their whole capital. Who still needs counting houses? Just a few over here. 1 and 2. Queen Piniac is all the way in the US, so I'm not going to do that. Minting offices. Just going to throw all my money into it. Every place is going to have its own minting offices. 45%. Majel C. Getting more visibility out of our cousins. Devastated locations. Well, that's gonna be Banton's problem once this war's solved out. And time to sail further than we've ever sailed before. Rotting wood. Navy maintenance plus 10%. Or naval damage taken plus 5. We'll take 10 years of a little bit more damage taken. I say, after my boats did how poorly in the last Mediterranean fleet war. We gotta sail so far away to get to Cebu. And I won't even be able to sue for any individual piece of my own. No parliament for you. $27% only. Come on! Come on! You guys have won, Banton. Just accept the peace already. The line there confused me. I thought Shibuya was a separate country. Just bring this war to a close. The war leader of the opposite side is fully occupied. It's fine, we don't have to do anything else now. We could steal technology, let's wait for a little bit. Need 75 spies while they still have the tech. Militaristically, we have no opposition. Let's put the cost down, cost down. I know my stability's in the gutter, but I care a lot more about my legitimacy, because it's a fun number to have up. And there goes my spies. We couldn't get to the 75 for tech stealing after all. So let's just steal their map. Subject to Georgia, spy on them instead. Georgia? owns the Jochi tribal kingdom. Reinforcement speed better. Chagatai Sultanate. Sajapina. How about Tibet? We have not discovered the capital yet. We haven't seen Sakya. Kashmir, we do know about. Situation in Preveza is close to unbearable. Citizens refusing to accept the preachings of the missionaries. Missionary efforts stalled? Or religious tension? I don't need to convert them. That's not the most important thing here. It's Sanato time. Hey, Mason. Sanato time we have. No truce with Spain. We still have truce with Egypt for the next year, but that's okay, because that needs crusade, not Casus Belli. Spain? I wouldn't mind taking more land from. I see. Oh, they do have allies. The same nobody. They have an ally with Somalia. It's not exactly a nobody. Somalia's pretty big. They just can't do much with me up here. And Moyan Ogolwe. Colonial countries republic now. Are they independent? They're allied to Spain, but doesn't seem to be a part of Spain. Huh. Alright. Sonato's pretty easy deal right now. We could do a census and get 7 stability. A small boost. How's my inflation? Inflation's at 0.87. So pretty soon I'll max it out again. Modern road network. Naval infrastructure for more development. State religion, get clergy happier. Missionary zeal for 10 years, 28,000 Lutherans in Napoli become Catholic. Let's do the increased naval infrastructure. 26% plus my crown power. A latent 53% Senato support. Tax exemption. Demand for a new marketplace. In Shan? Where's that? In the Constantinople area? Oh, there it is. Nah. All the stuff they're asking for suck. Traditional economy over capital, and I lose 2.5 stability. Inward look. We're at 72.39 outward. Which gives me worse cultural tradition. For 3.61 power projection. Antagonism language influence. Diplomatic capacity plus 23%. And faster colonial migration. If we started going inward, we get more crown power, up to plus 25%. Stronger cultural traditions. Monthly control, 0.5. More antagonism language influence. And somewhat weaker colonial migration. Given at this stage of the game, I've colonized as far as I care to. And I do want to improve the state itself. I think a transition towards inward probably wouldn't be unfounded. Would have to change a bunch of laws. But I'm not giving them tax exemption. I'm not giving them a more traditional economy or a new marketplace where Constantinople is fine. So, becoming more inward will have to wait for another time. If it happens at all. Outward countries focus more on interacting with other countries. Inward country looks inside its borders. It's not a huge shift, so we'll take the inward look. 67%. I would like the more taxes. We could do law changes. But we can't do too much because I don't want to lose stability. Opinion of Papal States, fine, whatever. Tax exemptions, not gonna happen. New marketplace, not gonna happen. So, we'll get a Casus Belli on Spain. And we're gonna grab Roncesvalles, because they have a cardinal seat there. And I want to collect cardinal seats like they're Pokemon cards. There's 26 cardinals. France has 10. I have 12. If I get the one over here, I'll officially have half the cardinals in the world. It doesn't matter what the Pope says, it doesn't matter what France says. If I say we do Crusade on Egypt, we're doing Crusade on Egypt. Where's our other cardinal seat? Down here in Cartagena? Okay. We could extend down the coast. Get Cartagena and everything else here. And as a bonus kitty, get Roncesvalles. And that'll be 2 cardinal seats. Spain will have 0 Catholic relevancy. And we shall dictate the direction of the Catholic Church from here on out. I've 336 with this influence. How much to ask for another cardinal seat? We could request another one. It's only 303 to get an extra cardinal seat. I don't want just half. I want to keep having more. And the Pope, currently, after kicking him out of Italy, so he has to live on the western coast of Central Africa. The Pope loves me. He's fine. We'll improve his opinion even further. Except I could only improve by plus 16. What else could I do with him? I could offer him a guarantee. And gain 5 opinion. No, we gained 5 opinion of the Papal States. They gain 10 opinion of us. Game is kind of slowing down here. Let me put a safety save, because it kind of feels like the game is getting into a state where it's been thinking for a good 2 hours and a half, and it probably wants to crash sometime soon. What else could I give the Pope to guarantee that he will like me? We could give him food access. You want food access, Pops? Economic actions. We could offer him toll sound exemptions. We could set economic support. We'll give him food access. He's not going to use it anyway. Okay. Alright, now. Let's get that cardinal seat. Where would I even want the cardinal seat? We don't have enough Catholics in Egypt, I don't think, to have a cardinal seat there. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind putting a seat there. We have one in Constantinople. Where do I have mine so far? We got one in Constantinople. Several throughout Italy. And the more alpine areas in Grenoble. Over in the Provence area. I'm trying to think, like, what would be fitting if the cardinals are to represent the people who live there too. So I wouldn't mind putting one in Egypt, except we can't. We can put one in Tunis. What do these different colors represent, really? So yeah, there's not even a Catholic minority in Egypt right now. So it wouldn't be a very wise decision. But looks like Grenoble, demographic wise, oh, fully Catholic. I don't know if the cardinal seats could become disabled or destroyed if they lose their Catholic population. But it's possible. We'll put one in Tunis. And while we're here, local pop conversion speed monastery. They've already got temples, hospitals, cathedrals, Jesuit colleges. I will make an active effort to convert them all out, but I will put some supportive infrastructure just to maintain a population presence. The Pope has graciously granted a request to receive a new cardinal seat in Tunis. Cool. Alright, so 26 cardinals of the world will have 13 out of 27 once that finishes building. So let's get Parliament. We'll do a casus belli on Spain. What should we ask for? Cartagena's all the way down here in Murcia. I think we'll ask for Valencia. Work our way on down. Or we'll ask for Valencia, and that'll give us ticking war score. And then we'll send one stack down to occupy everything down here. We don't need to take Murcia to claim it. And another to go for La Montaña to get some extra war score for holding their capital. How do they look fortifications wise? Level 4 fortification is nothing. And 2's all around. They got a couple of 4s. But that's not anything. As the tech goes on, the colors become more drab. Level 4 forts used to be really bright green or really bright yellow or red. But now that star forts with the high tech. Man, this ain't nothing. So Casaspelli on Spain for Valencia. 61% support remaining. I want to ask for additional taxes, but I can't. Because what else would I do? Address the local assembly complaint. I don't mind the commoners having local peasant power doubled. The peasants have no power. That only brings them up to 3.56% nationwide. Nah. We'll do more taxes later. Inflation's almost at 0, so we could just do it that way if we really had to. And how are Spain's boats looking? 210. We have 87 heavy ships still. Who's this guy? Ah, right. The little brigs we had repairing. Let's send them home. Where's my offensive fleet? 52 heavies. And 58 heavies. Gotta be careful because my fleets are not as powerful as they used to be without a wealth of excellent admirals. If we get some positive events in the Senato, we can maybe get enough support to ask for taxes. And how does Spain's army look? 185,000 dudes. A respectable amount of regulars, but nothing too impressive. They're gonna fall down in a few months. Percent. There's been no change to this war, I don't think. At this point, the only thing going on here is waiting for my vassal to end the war himself, because I can't do it. Months at war. Current war enthusiasm. Just let me peace out. They'll happily take any outcome to the war, good or bad. But Banton refuses. I don't know what else Banton wants. Oh, Brunei's got some guys up here. About to undo my siege progress. Oh well. Apple states have ended their food access agreement. And there's still nobody for little Zulislaw to marry. Are there any children about to grow up? Female, not married. Just his family. There's some Angios. And some other kids. There's some other kids. But then he'll be the old man by the time they grow up. Only 28% because they sieged that out. But he's still getting ticking war score because he's defending. Please don't tell me 25% is a maximum. If 25% is the maximum, because that is a very even 25%, there's not a single decimal point there at all, then this war is never going to end. Aquila earthquake. You really can't do anything. I could totally understand why one of our friends that came in the other week straight up went into the game and deleted earthquake events. I don't mind that disaster does happen. I don't mind the earthquakes in theory, but they don't really do anything interesting with them. It's just, hey, guess what? We're going to delete a random amount of population and building. Thumbs up. If you want to give us money, you'll feel better about it, but you're still losing population and buildings. I think the most elegant solution would be when the event procs, produce a list of what buildings will be destroyed. Because right now in the game, the buildings don't actually get destroyed until you hit the button. So you could open your area and list down all the buildings you have, and then complete the event, and then go in, see what buildings no longer exist, and fill them back in. Which is a whole lot of busy work if you care to do busy work like that. I say that when the event fires, calculate what buildings will be destroyed. Now, they might have to do some extra work here, because what I'm thinking about is different than what they normally do. What they normally do is have just a couple of buttons. You want this option, you want that option. What I imagine, I guess, is more like a menu. Give us a menu or some other thing. Maybe like a one-day situation or something, where you have some actual buttons of these buildings will or have been destroyed. You could push a button to put money to give support to the area so they recover faster. And if you have the money or want to give the money, click, 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 click. Not that one, but this one, yes. Click, click, click. And then all those buildings will begin constructing to complete within like 6 months, a year, whatever. So you're still being denied access to the buildings. You're still being denied population that died off. You're being denied the infrastructure, the businesses, the goods production. But then this way you'll actually know what the hell you're losing. So you're not just doing what I do and ignoring it because, okay, the dice rolled bad, what are you going to do? Or doing what other people force themselves to just like, alright, I lost this building, I lost that building, build, 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 build. I just spent 100,000 putting these expensive buildings. Fuck, bottom back up. It's opaque. Currently, it's very opaque. Make it transparent. Don't gotta make it easy, it's still costly when you want to rebuild. And like I said, I don't mind it. It just needs to be a bit more of an interesting mechanic and not just, whatever, so I lost a whole bunch of buildings, there goes people, there goes economic ability. It's not giving me enough information, so I can't really bring myself to care. Oh well. It's a very oh well thing, and you don't want your game to be oh well, who care, right? There are people who deny themselves playing in fun parts of the world because the earthquake just isn't anything worth playing it. They care about their economic and infrastructural growth. Not to say don't let them have disasters, but you gotta be able to respond to it, you know? You gotta respond to disaster. I click the button that says give us money and you'll feel better about it, But I don't think it even does anything. I don't think giving the money to for the recovery effort actually does anything. For me, it might as well be just a you feel better about it button. There. Half an integer every month to decay down. Is France still giving us military access? They are the lucky sons of bitches. Spain's taken all of Granada. They must be pretty happy about that, uniting more of the peninsula. Portugal no longer exists. So, where are the last remaining independent Portuguese? Primary culture. We got plenty of Portuguese out here. Sharing the same color as Neapolitans, so Portuguese in Brazil is what one would expect. Is that it? Is that it for independent Portuguese? I think it is. There's a whole lot of Neapolitans in the world. Okay, is everybody in position? They are there, that's not just a map being funky. Alright. In that case, Sonato's still ongoing. Then I think it's time to deploy. Hungary doesn't want to join, Poland doesn't want to join, Galway, England. 21 against minus 78. What about England? England doesn't want to take a bite out of Spain? 20 against 67? We could promise land. No. It's alright, we don't need them. Parliament claim on Valencia. Deploy. This is practically 100,000 guys of these now. With how many upgraded troops we got. Out of 1,000, they've only got 429 people left in. They should have realized the buildup of troops on their borders. There's not a lot of castles here, so it's kind of easy pickings. But it also means that I can't defend it pretty easily. Eh. Luigi, earn yourself your ranker. Which one's this? Ornetto? They're being so kind and not putting too much resistance against me. And there comes all of them. 8 heavies, light ships, 2 heavies. See, I've learned. The trick is to have people join later, so that you have the morale and they're still in the same fight. We got a lot of boats to upgrade. We got 5 heavies in this we could bring over. Help the fight out. Five more heavies on this side too. What did I press? Oh, I pressed balance unit. Eh. Much trust in what's going on there. We got to top off morale a little bit. Where are they going? I had them going to the wrong place entirely. Get back up. Get back up. And where are these guys headed? Arrive in Elche? They're probably going to come up this way to undo, then undo. But we'll be close enough to respond to them. Hold on, there's another Carlo Angio. Herald from Cebu, peace finally. They actually... Oh, look at them! Claimed a bit of Brunei for themselves. No wonder they were holding out on their peace then. Now, granted, I would have made that a separate vassal entirely. I probably can piss them off by seize territory to take from our subject, give them more liberty desire. If we give them more liberty desire, they'll be unhappy. But they've only got 3,984 guys against my standing army of 43,200 to keep the peace in Indonesia. And then we can make this a separate dude over here. That is a very bright toothpaste color there. Nobles are attacking. Czech nobles, Bohemia, can't keep their guys in line. They've also got these items out here that I could probably take for my own. If I want a little bit more green on the naval range. Nobody's going to contest these items out here. They're trying so hard. It's basically all of our guys against all of their guys right now, and we got the lesser morale for it. We got cannons on these if need be. Twelve, 19,800 guys killed. Damn. Didn't even know they were there, they were an afterthought. Did they move their capital on me? They did. I don't see any gold up here. Hold on. Is the capital of Spain even in Spain anymore? Oh, there it is. There's that gold. It's down in Valladolid. Fine by me. They moved it to a more inland, not quite central location. Which gives them excellent proximity in this valley, and barely any outside of it. Control's alright though. All things considered. We got all of our dudes here. We got 296 in reserve. Come on, come on. Okay, you see the real tactics you need in war isn't superior technology for your units. It's not superior tech to give modifiers and bonuses. It's having enough guys in close by surroundings that you can keep the fight going to drain their morale faster than they drain your morale. So many galleys lost. We got some light ships, we got some transports. Let's have all these guys take a break. A much-deserved break, while the rest of these guys flee. 561 to just barely beat 127. It's all because of the morale. Heading there. Easy peasy then. They want to take the fight to us, we'll fight them. But they got some guys down here too. Because I forgot to put castles on down that way. Still hurts to pull my leg up a little, but having it hang on the chair isn't too comfortable either. Okay, for now let's go this way. Because that, we could hold off on. We'll just bring this guy back on over once we take their capital. And then this guy, we'll send on down here to relieve Tennis and kick this guy's ass. It's all levies anyway. All regulars here. Where they're heading to. We'll arrive in Elche. Well, not gonna chase him. You see that? They're doing the prolong the fight. Are they just popping in and out? They're pulling the same guys in and out, it looks like. Who's gonna break first? Who's gonna break first? Morale's pretty close. They're draining faster. What? Oh yeah, they have a little bit of guy over there. I forgot about that. They got a little tiny piece of territory up in Feldkirch. It's like... They can't have too much up there. So, that'll do for that bit. Oh, that was tense. 11,000 of ours to kill 57,000 of theirs. Ugh. We'll finish up here. Then we'll head on back home. Born will rates. Cool. Getting more Central Africa visibility. You see that? They're drawn like magnets to other fights around them. Getting involved in this fight here. Drew that guy off of Cataluyud. Drew this guy further up, but he gave up part way down. I can't stop them from unsieging those, 'cause that's taking what? 12 days? 12 days? I can keep close enough. And then come back around. They've been scattered and shattered. Oh, would you look at that? It's 297 guys. Well, ain't that cute? But it's wrong. Cabinet member. What were your stats like? 63, 80, 100. Another titan that we shall never know for generations. Esposito's not the worst. 80, 96, 79. Yeah. We'll stop here for a second, rebuild morale for a day, then down. You see that? They gave up on their sieges. Because I'm over here. They wanna go back up into the mountains to wait for me to take the bait. And fools that they are don't realize that over here I'm going to be getting some defensive bonuses. Although as I pull more guys into the fight, it's still going to be a whole lot against me. So... I think I'll undo this. And then sit over in Tarazona for a couple of months to get back up to tip-top shape. Who to put in charge here? Do some liberation, and then just pinch that out. Eldkirch. Minus 13 only. So, naturally, we gotta take their cardinal seat here. Their cardinal seat there. And then everything in the middle. Valencia. Jativia is only 11 costs so far. This isn't considered very prosperous. 13. 13 only. And what if I take some more of the African coast from them to quit getting surprises along our flank here? There's a trio of castles, could be my trio of castles. 87? 87's a whole lot. Maybe not so much for 87. No, go back, you dummy. Why would I want to click on their tool workshop construction when I'm in the middle of painting over what stuff I want to take? Think! Think, Johan! 49. This could be okay for the time being. This much? $48. Still 48. I had no idea he started napping. I just heard some snoring. Then I see a shirtless boy in bed. Oh, and of course, we gotta take this little bit. 51. And then if I want some islands over here. Just to build off some more naval range. We could even take land for the Sultanate of Somalia. That'd be pretty bold, but I don't think I'll be doing that. New Spain down here, we could take territory on. $75%. I guess there is a little bit more prosperous. Okay. We could probably arrange for this much within a reasonable period of time. $58, $71. But I like how it looks. I like how it makes my map look. Even the music got a bit more lethargic. Come on, Matt. We can't be waiting all day for this. If I'm going to be playing some music, you gotta do more than just painting hypotheticals. Okay, where's my 125? 125. Don't even see the rest of their guys here. Better not end the music part way through. Oh, it's actually playing it! Okay, 82,000 against 22,000, 19,000, 22,000 gonna come in. Yeah, there they go. And further 18 marching through. What they didn't realize is it would be instantaneous loss for them. Hey, Toxicite. How am I? How was holidays? Have I kept you in the loop yet, Toxicite, about the apartment catching fire, and thus the change of venue? That's how holidays went for me. Thankfully, all of us survived, though the apartment is considered uninhabitable for human occupation until they redo the wiring, get everything back up permit-wise. So, I'm out of that for, let's just say, the foreseeable future. But like I said, I'm alright, BF's alright, the cats are okay, even though Onyx, poor baby, got stuck in the apartment while it was on fire. It was too dark with smoke to find him, and I had to rush out with just Toasty. But he's napping there now. The most suffering got otherwise is this pain in my back from having to quickly pack up and move out nearly the entire apartment once the fire was done and we were allowed to move stuff. Since it very quickly it went from, it's gonna be a few days to a few weeks, just bring some essentials, to this place is condemned. It might take weeks to bring it back up to code, so oh shit. We gotta get all of our stuff either into the car to bring over here, or just out of the apartment to put into the garage in case we gotta access it later. So it's been a holiday. Hopefully yours has gotten a lot better, Toxicite. I don't need to undo tennis right now. It's a pretty unimportant part for us. So we'll send relief here first. Whole stack wipes all over the place. These guys aren't gonna have a population if I keep on killing dozens of thousands at a time. Who's gonna get there first? Who's gonna get there first? Oh, they got some more boats trying to come in. Here, they want boats. I'll send them boats. Okay. 18 so far, that's minus 38. So it's quickly getting better as it depletes more of their armies. losing morale pretty quickly. Prolong it, and turn the tide against them. Fool that I was, playing for how many hundreds of hours, thinking all I needed was unit superiority, tech superiority. The real money isn't in physical superiority. It's simply pulling guys into the fight as the fight goes on. How'd I lose 5,000 guys there? Okay. Replenish for a bit. They got fully wiped, so they shouldn't be able to turn back around against me. Do they even have a functional army remaining? 30,000 guys. That is it. 30,000 guys across levies and regulars. So I should be alright, but it's better to be topped off anyway. Merchant convoys, anti-piracy warfare modifier, and chance for pirates, minus 0.25%. That's just a step towards admiralty. For 200 sailors, 5% extra Navy morale. I need the extra Navy morale. Diplomatic annexation. Correct section chance. Speaking of diplomatic annexation, Hungary. Now that I'm an old man of 56, with a 7, not a 7, with a 12-year-old daughter waiting to inherit. Hungary's at 106, all the negatives. Alright, only the better part of a century to lose enforced peace and eclipsed in union. By 23 over time. What else could I give them? Offer fleet basing rights, offer food access. Oh man, 116. Kirk successful. These farmers can go home then. They've done their job. So you gotta understand the AI. They like to occupy multiple places at once. But really, they're just keeping close by to dogpile onto you. So if you're like, oh no, they're occupying here, 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 and here, it's fine. It's really just one fight, split up into 5 people. Oh, they gave up trying to chase. Where'd those guys come from? Just popped out of the woodwork. I didn't like that instant drop of morale there. But I guess even my regulars get spooked by war and bloodshed. The Italians might put on a machismo air, but they are mama's boys at heart. And even though we are slaughtering the entire world, they do not long for the violence. This is simply a harsh reality of the world they live in which they long to enforce Pax Italiana. So, 54 cost already gives us a +2 after this. Could ask for more. More, perhaps? -1. -9. -10 we can do pretty easy. $99 costs. We'll save the southern bit for later, I think. This will be a good enough expansion, pushing further into Spain, taking 2 extra cardinal seats for me, removing their last presence in the Alps. And they don't need these islands anyway. I don't need them either, but it'll help expand my naval range at least, so that's something. There's a coalition against me. Egypt, you know that it's almost time for crusade again, don't you? Ottomans lead the coalition. I got plenty of diplomats per month. Remove that antagonism and hopefully completely eliminate the coalition. Otherwise, I don't mind calling the Hungarians in to attack the Ottomans while my guys attack the Egyptians. $16,000, huh? I think first things first is to call all these I don't think these boats are fine. These guys, well, do I? Do I upgrade my entire fleet? I'm gonna upgrade the entire fleet. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pull a silly. Fifth Navy upgrade. 27th Navy upgrade. 22nd. Who hasn't upgraded yet? 28th Navy. Okay, they all have that. Sucking all my cash for a little bit. -8. Sulislao. Still nobody wants to marry you. We could make him take the vows. Except that costs me 10 legitimacy. And we become less humanist by having a son in the clergy. Life expectancy +1. Eh. Level 4 castles don't mean anything anymore. What kind of foolishness is this? -5. Not too far away. I'm pretty comfortable with what I got now, so we'll just finish up here, then take what I can. +2. Alright. Take all this. Get rid of their Alpine exclave. Take some tiny islands for the lulls. And the expansion of comfortable naval range. And 2 free cardinal seats. And some lunch money. Of course, I got no money to put investment into all this anyway, all this extra land. But now that 2 wars are done with, Banten, this is meant to be for you. This is meant to be for you. Can't believe France beat me in surrounding this. I was here first. How did they get all the bonuses to migration out? What they probably did. Well, I didn't see them having both France and Chiloango with charters over here, which would have doubled up their speed. Ah, well. This should have been part of a Wombo. But it can't be helped. Roanoke has pushed all the way out this way. They're kissing in the middle. Akistak has also spread more into Alaska. That's pretty cool. Canada, hopefully, has stopped as far as we could see, but they might have wiggled out further. Who knows? But that's fine, because that's going to fall to my elder son's side. The only criticism I have about the map so far, for this part, is that the Ottomans' color is very, very close to my color. What if whoever you form Italy with either maintains that color, their color, or ships to a color very close to theirs, because I like Napoli's color, and two Sicilies had a similar color to it. Mostly I miss the two Sicilies Napoli colors. The olive green is just very similar to Ottoman's. It's not too far off from Tunis. But ah well. How old is mein Tochter? My grand Tochter. Joan, heir to everything, is 12 years old now. Her stats aren't the best, but that's okay. Her job is to unite these realms and bring the Angios back into the fold. It's funny, this is twice now that the Angios have lost control of the nation, got a bit old, and then found their way back in. Siddhislaw, what could I do with you? If I make you marry a lowborn, we lose 5 whole prestige. 5 or 10 whole prestige and 5 whole legitimacy. 5 whole legitimacy, man. There's nobody for you? I'm sure she's lovely. Siddhislaw isn't particularly too important right now anyway. Now, I'm going to need a lot more boats. Because my boats here are okay, but 250 boats have a capacity of 150. $100,000 for 50 boats? Or for 200 boats? $100,000. At 187.67. I guess we could simplify it to 170. So if I just build a whole lot more boats for this fleet, and then I could have enough to carry my 2 armies. You know what? I'll just go down the list. Why did the list disappear for a second? Price-wise, maybe? That's 25 extra boats. 25 extra boats. Shipyard fire! 2 years in Cephalou, minus 1 shipbuilding capacity. It's not like I was building boats anyway. Though, I should knock down some of these forts for right now. Some on the border are alright, but these aren't exactly on the border anymore. Dortmund Dortmund. Who's Dortmund? I should put more along the border here. But oh well, when's the next time I'm going to be at war with Spain anyway? When we absorb Hungary, there's going to be a whole lot of ports destroyed, I tell you what. So, the ones around here I don't need anymore either. We're not exactly at risk of going to war with Hungary. And Thessaly is going to become our vassal after we take Hungary into our arms. We'll keep the ones dotting around the Aegean, because I want to keep it harder for them to try to do amphibious landings. And the ones around Tunis? Sure. Thankfully, they put none on these islands that I have to worry about. Inflation's almost to zero. We'll give it one more month. Taken a loan? We didn't run out of money, though. Whatevs. It's been about 4 hours, and I think my leg is wanting me to stand up right now. I'm not in immense pain anymore, but if I try to move in certain ranges of motion, then suddenly I have a small pinch. It used to be a lot worse, but it's been getting better day by day. I could sit on a wooden chair for several hours at a time and not feel like I'm dying. That's progress. So, inflation is at 0.02. Pulled it through the roof. So. I don't think we can do Egypt yet, though, because we need Ilias Quise Pro Divini to do Crusades again. And so once we get Pro Divini, we could do a crusade for Egypt, but it does cost some religious influence. And I've currently got, after asking for... We got 40 after asking for a cardinal seat. 27 cardinals. We have 15 out of 27. So we have well over half the cardinals in the world. Two in Spain, one in Tunis, a whole lot in Italy, one in Grenoble, one in Constantinople. How's my rebels looking? Lutherans are getting big again. They got 244,000 across 10 locations. Spain was just letting those Lutherans do whatever they want. That's fine. We'll integrate and we'll be done. So, for now, I BRB, so enjoy the map, the vast expanse of conquests and colonizations, So much of the Mediterranean falling directly under us now. Then I'll return in a few. Ow, 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 ow.
I won't be surprised.
Thank you, dynamic music player, making a very quiet BRB. As y'all know, Paradox is gonna run out of the electricity bill if they keep playing music while nobody's in the room. But back from getting a plethora of stretches. So where were we? Building a whole bunch of boats for onesies. And if we're gonna be over in Egypt eventually. The way that our troops don't just increase in power as we upgrade them era to era, but also in size. They've practically doubled since I first built them. I'm thinking. They're probably big enough to be self-sustaining without backup, but no. We can't take that risk. So how should we do this war with Egypt once we get Crusades back? Cairo and down the Nile, I think will be my goals. Maybe getting some Red Sea coast. Akarava Civil War again. I'll just ignore them. They go on their own eventually, each time, every time. Age of Absolutism is almost 2/3 or 3/4 done. Rivals with France now? France. France. Since when? They hate us. They have absolute hatred of us. Shared border minus 39. Competing great power 25. Hegemon 20. Enemy 50. Which they made me their enemy, that doesn't count. Then antagonism minus 576. Well, I guess it couldn't have lasted forever, could it? Hungary's still fond of me, we just gotta get them. We just gotta get them high enough. To 190. To start annexing them. Annexation to last until the 1st of June, 1970. Mom is going to be born before the annexation completes. Peruzzi for loans. I don't want to do loans. I owe 9,000 back. Motherfuckers. Literally wasn't even in debt. So I don't know why they saddled me with that. And I don't even get to choose the terms of the loan in the first place. All they're doing is consuming my maximum minting time. That's the real reason why they took on the debt. Union weakened. England no longer in union. One thing at a time. Death. King Alphonse of Eiffel has died at the age of 56. He was king of Italy. His late apostolic majesty died while the army was camped in Burgos. His daring charge into enemy lines. Okay, he was a bold fighter, but he spent most of the wars at sea, in the biggest stacks you could get. But still, with the lasting impression on every soldier of his generation. The most kill he did was against his own son when his son tried to overthrow him. Well connected, expected cost of court -1, cool. No longer part of the Italian Alban marriage union, the bond of marriage could not last forever. That's a pretty harsh way of saying I died. They're making it sound like a failure on my part. The marriage couldn't last forever. Yeah, because I died. Regency time. England's out of the Union. That's just a region, right? Regent. Regent. Before little Joan decides to take up the throne. 12 months until we get our first ruler trait. We'll get our first ruler trait before we're even halfway through puberty. Oh. My brother? Is that my, uncle? There's dad. No, brother then. Little brother gets a crown of Alba before me. Lower Egypt integration finally finished. How many areas left to integrate? So many. Aragon, Azores, Balearics, Canary Islands. Those don't matter too much. I don't care about that. Those could be unincorporated little holdings simply for the sake of expanding naval range. Naval range. There we go. There's my naval range. Much more green across the Atlantic. Steel. Aragon needs a little bit more. And we're still gaining a positive to our legitimacy. And there's our Pro Divini. The Ilias qui se Pro Divini to allow us access to crusades again. Years of Pro Divini. 16 votes instantly, that's all they need. And since we have 10,000 monies, let's get rid of that debt. I don't need it. Now I'll max out my minting. Money straight for me. Underage heir. When's my birthday anyway? May. 1, 2. There we go. 13 years of age. So only 3 more years. And then I'll ascend the throne myself. Take on a middle-aged husband. Chuxi discovered. 9056.9. Get out of here. 5,000 monies for 9056.9. Nah. More explorations to uncover more cousins. Rightfully, considering these islands up here as part of Micronesia, this is pretty much an extension of the Marianas Islands that continue to the islands right off the coast of Tokyo, you know. The same volcanic chain. That's the real reason the Paradox doesn't want any actual Pacific countries that there should be. They don't want me specifically uniting the Marianas and then pushing upwards and taking the fight to Japan. They don't want reverse colonization. They say that history rolled the dice exactly once, because that's how many dice we get at history. And because they rolled the same way each time, it has to go the same way each time. Who's got better? Everybody sucks as far as explorers go. Do my eyes deceive me? Or does this ocean area only show a little bit of current below and above Hawaii and nothing in the middle? So he'll take longer to explore. This colony here is this colony here, and they've somehow apparently explored and settled enough to reach all the way out to Papua. No boats though, but then neither do the nobles have boats. Which is also part of why I got no interest of playing in my own backyard. They expect you to just pick whatever little tiny token bit they scattered down and then re-explore and recolonize. That'd be like expecting the 100 Years' War to be France trying to explore and colonize England, or England trying to explore or colonize France. They're already there. They got actual commerce and politics and warfare going. But the model of the game says, oh, there's nothing but Ongo Bonga. Everything east of the Philippines and west of Spain is Ongo Bonga. There's nothing here. Just go out, colonize, re-explore. We already know they were there. We're literally conducting business with each other. Far before the Europeans figured out how to make oceanic boats. I don't think we got all the way across the oceans. It is a very silly system. They're just upset that we figured out how to cross the biggest ocean of the world and keep in contact with each other. While there were still petty warlords digging dirt and noses. Every single navy's got attrition. Oh well. The ones down here, surely. No? Oh, the ones being made. Joining up over here. There, attrition done. 109 boats. Just 60 more to go, and I'll have enough for the current fleet. $96,500, 100,000. So why can't you embark in? 47th Navy is too small, has a transport capacity of 65,400. I see the problem. The army is down there, but the label is up here. It's being stupid again. Never change Paradox games. Actually, please do. I think they're okay. They don't need all the fleets at once here. Egypt has 209,000 troops, 30,000 regular infantry. Yeah, we got them. One boat's enough. We'll have one boat come on over, take down Akka, take down Al-Quds, take a bit of Gaza, and then the other group stay over here. When that one's done, just boat them back over. So maybe I should focus on some actual infrastructure first instead. Fortress Church. Defensive building. Am I able to? Need to have resource of Fortress Church to build a Fortress Church. And don't put it in the list! Then don't put it in the list then if I can't build it in the first place. Already got other counting houses. Minting offices, there's more control. Who's got the higher control here? There's a few places that are pretty pockmarked. So expensive, those things. Just gotta run off speed 5 for a while. When was the last Senato? Last Senato? 2 years. Alright, it's gonna be a while yet then. We'll probably have one just in time for her birthday. But before she becomes an adult. Hey. Stability is almost the negative 20s. Or almost out of the negative 20s. Rodavini got. So. We can't do a crusade, or we can't call it crusade in Regency. We have 10 years for Pro Divini to expire, which is plenty of time. Strengthening government is done. So, we could put this guy towards something else now, but it probably behooves us to keep him there because during the Regency we do get a penalty to our legitimacy. Integrate. There's a missing option there. Where's the one? To unify our culture group. No such option? We could do some more integration, but I think two's plenty. We're not getting so many lands at once that we need 3-4 people integrating. We'll crack down for a bit. Put the Lutheran zealots in their place for a while. Francian patriots are rising again. The fuckers. 111 dudes. It claims there's no country supporting the Francian patriots. We'll see how true that is. I've got all these boats, but I don't have naval hegemon. Specifically because we don't have heavy ships. We almost have enough to have more heavy ships of the Great Wu. But we need 233 to surpass them and claim the hegemon status. There's France on diplomatic hegemon, me for cultural hegemon, then everything else is Wu. Admiralty building, are you a Starfort? Admiralty. Sailors and Navy morale. They're basically sitting here when they can't do anything else for the next 4 years. 4 years. So how about I send these other boats out to do their actual missions? Wait, I think this one came from here? No, this one did. Coffee imports. Mercantilism. Or importing coffee. Where even is coffee? Who's got coffee? According to the forum, coffee is actually the most rare thing there is in the game. I see copper. Oh, there's coffee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that it? Is that all the coffee? That could be all the coffee in the game right there. 9, 10. 10 coffee. I think that is all the coffee, actually. I haven't seen anything out this way. So no cup of Java in Java. You gotta rely on the Colombian exchange to spread it around from there. Speaking of Colombian exchange... Iberia's no good still. It's worth checking, you never know. I could put in my colonies in Australia, make them a bit more worthwhile. Cocoa in Australia to get all the way up over here. Why is there a skull and crossbones on Ajukru? Did my colony of Ajukru decide to go pirate? Admiralty regime. Where'd it fall under? Seeing if they've chosen to go a more piratical route. Oligarchic elective. So they appear to be simply Republic. And why the flag? What if we put some corn and potatoes especially in our Spanish areas? Napoli is short on fruits of all things. That surprises me. The more exotic stuff doesn't surprise me too much. But fruits we got loads of. Why are we short on fruits now? Fruit orchards, subsidize them all. Gotta subsidize everything to make sure people are actually working. And thus actually producing the foods they need. I could build more irrigation everywhere. Population capacity and local food production. Just not in southern Italy, sadly. We don't get the right to it. There, small discount on cost of court. I can't make my game speed go any faster. Where's my month at a time speed? That was pretty fun in Crusader Kings 2. You put the speed on max, and you could actually, absolutely speed by months at a time. Which is why Speed 5 feels so slow to me right now. Oh, what? Now Wheeler gets to join. I could have had these guys join up with the Wumba. If I just waited a few years more. Could I get a Wumbo to attack Kunene? They don't have the subject loyalty. They have 2.48 subject loyalty right now to Wumbo. Diverting trade, minus 33. Centralization, Age of Absolutism. Country strength of all colonial nations versus Overlord, minus 14. Are you sure about that? There's a reason power relative to Overlord is minus 5.88. They're overconfident. I mean, look at that. 483,000 troop army size of Italy there. Manpower, 303,000. Regulars, 242,000. Levies, 241,000. We have more regulars than we have levies right now. That's pretty extreme. And we even have the, what is it? The government reformation that gives us 15 extra loyalty. 15 extra loyalty, and all of my colonies hate me. The era of revolution, the age of revolution, is going to be fantastic once we get to it. I just realized we are passively losing manpower. Our guys aren't hungry. Are they hungry out here? No. Flippin' then flippin'. Think it's time I built a whole lot more barracks and everything again. Look at all this gray going in. Requirement not met. Emilian as an accepted culture or a primary culture. Tuscan. Corsican. Are they wiping out my buildings by having their minority populations becoming more prominent? Okay, they're tolerated, but they're not primary or accepted. Regimental grounds? Where's my regimental grounds? Where's my money? I guess I could put the heavier stack back home for the time being. If it's gonna be a few more years anyway. Oh. I'm short a couple of boats now. Lovely. And the best part is, when we get the new transport ship and upgrade, then we'll have way more transport boats than we'll need for these guys. More regimental camps. More money, more regimental camps. More money, more regimental camps. Yeah, see, now stop flipping over. They just don't like being in Egypt. Either my guys are in the middle of the ocean or the game is messing up again. 1, 2, 3, boom. Like magic, they've shown up out of nowhere. No transports picked up. What I could do is drop my camp followers, which reduces them to 101,000. Where's my Navy Q? 2 months. 2 months more to go to get a bit more boats. -16 stability. We're getting so much closer to a whole integer. State above all. Antagonism received -10%. Sure is nice to have that now. Still allied. Good advice for 10 years. 10% efficiency of cabinet. Cool. Hungary is up to 98. Fondness for us, we gotta squeeze it all the way up by 100 more before we could even begin the annexation process. Enforced peace is down to -81. Eclipsed Union down to 85. Enforced succession law change 60. So it's slowly getting better. Can we make okay, I guess they're already speaking Italian, aren't they? Court language Italian, good. As it should be. Guess I could just merge these boats together for now. Make one mega fleet for transports. There. 1,002 at 170 boats. We're splitting more roads and more guild halls, but there's more roads than that. Minting offices are making 2, which is extra nice. Those are even more expensive than roads. $843 again. Muslim sailors. Get 11,900 sailors. The insider community. Lose 53,000 monies. Well, in that case, no need. Gain Gain 10 legitimacy. My dude, I'm at max. This can't help me out any. $200. There it goes. Institution growth. We got how many years until institutions pop up again for the final era? We have until 37. 33 more years. Almost birthday time again. May 30th, 31st. Within, where am I? One more year than I get to grow up. Oh. Even though we've been sitting here, we haven't gotten a freebie ruler trait for sitting in Regency for well over 12 months. We have to be actually the proper ruler, not just the leader in name only. What kind of poor stats are? 40, 44, 59 with one more year to go. West Anatolia finally finished. Oops, wasn't looking at chat. Since, Go pack go. Hello to you too. Italy was your favorite playthrough? We started over as Napoli before becoming two Sicilies and slowly growing our way up. And yeah, Aragon was fully deleted in my game too. For a while, they were holding on pretty well, but between France and Spain, they just got gobbled up and gobbled up. But now they live on again through Italy. It was our cousins of the Deep Barcelonas who were there before, and now we have restored, at least, kin rule to the area. So Aragon is back, if but in spirit. And I do gotta apologize for being a little bit less attentive to chat recently because the Wi-Fi environment is a bit spotty here. Instead of having the dashboard up, I've had the stream itself up, which is a much smaller chat to look at, just to make sure when the stream starts going haywire and needs trouble fixing. I keep getting distracted and not actually integrated the next area. Aragon's done. We could just start coast and push upwards. So Valencia next. Tyrol and Trentino has been sitting around forever. Tarantino? Inflation's back to 8.73 already. So let's see. 103,000. So this fleet alone is enough to carry one of my mega stacks around. This boat's good for 79,200. It's just 40 boats. How much more expensive can 40 boats be? $20, that's halfway there. I've actually built 40 more boats. Maybe I should build some actual buildings to make money too. So I could actually afford the cost of all this maintenance. $11, then Algiers. Got some nice high numbers here. There. All of my money into lacquerware. %, inflation again. Just have one guy permanently trying to fix it while I fuck it up forever. Hungary 99. 26.66, we could keep pushing it. At least we aren't suffered antagonism with them. The only antagonism is the enforced peace, the eclipsed union. The enforced succession law changed, but it had to be done to maintain the union. Poland's... Ow, ow, ow. Poland's not very happy. Galway's not very happy. I'm expecting that with the size and prosperity of Hungary, it's going to take so much longer to absorb it than there are years remaining in the game. Burghers lose a ton of money and a ton of happiness to go to the clergy. Or reprimand to lose happiness to the clergy. The clergy will understand. That 16,000 money is going to my roads, other economic buildings and infrastructural buildings. Zanato, where are you? 4 years ago. Greater than 59 months? Was last called 48 months ago, wow. So next year then? Just in time for our 16th birthday. We'll turn 16, claim the reins of government, and then call our first parliament. $57.79 of this influence. I see the Pope's also in a regency. They understand the struggle then. We're officially in the 18th century too, year 1704. For the next week. So there really is some 200 years left to go in the game, I'm pretty sure that. If it wasn't for the fire, we probably would be very close to the end of the game already. Slower spine number construction for 10 whole years, oh well. It's time to bring this regency to an end. Ottomans, how are you not done yet? With dismantling this coalition. They've only got 330 antagonism, that's not so much right now. diplomatic annexation costs cheaper. And we can't do a diplo annex yet. Just 80 more opinion. 80 more opinion. $70 more opinion. Could I give him money? We could ask for money. Buy a location, embargo nation. Sell icon. But not orthodox. Sell location, economic support, send gift is 24,000 money. To improve relation by 40. Or by 20. We could have a maximum of 40 from sending gifts. So, if we had 5 times as much money as we have now, we can get them to 160. Best trusts. How much trust do we have? We're at 200 opinion of them, but it's their opinion of us that's lagging. Trust is 25. Well, there we go. 1st of June, we now have a new queen. Queen Joan of Eiffel will now rule our glorious country. Her apostolic majesty's good leadership skills and superior tactical knowledge. That is a lot of upselling, the 46, 44, 63. Will help us vanquish those that dare stand against us. So, adapting to local cultures, 20 whole prestige. It's only prestige, it's only prestige. If I press this button, it's 20 prestige. If I wait for the event that says, hey, what do you think about going Neapolitan? Then I have to spend legitimacy. And prestige is so much easier as a dump stat. Neapolitan queens again, Giovanna II. Queen Giovanna I was a very dear queen at the start of the game. And as we get close to the final era, Giovanna II now. Losers and losers. Cyprus or Minho? How many eligible angios are around to steer the dynasty back into the original one? 46 and 44, Luigi or Luigi? Who was your pops? Filippo? Who was a son of Ladislao? Or Luigi, who was a son of Carlo, son of Ladislao. So they're both a grandson of the last Angio king. And so either one of them, their children shall restore the dynasty. We go for cabinet member Luigi. Cabinet husband. Queen Giovanna Eiffel has married Luigi Angio. And because the government is merely, the inheritance law is absolute cognatic primogeniture, and not something like matrilineal, not exclusive, it should go through the husband's line, family-wise. Marriage union disbanded. Less than 2 members. Royal marriage broken. Has it? We got a spoose? Don't scare me. We still got this unit at least. Everyone's still in that. It was basically a marriage union with ourselves. We got married. I think the game was just confused for a little bit. So who do I reign over now? Queen of Italy, Poland, Hungary, Duchess of Luxembourg, Duchess Volpomama, Fiefdom of Poland, Duchess of Stettin, Duchess of Thessaly, Salzburg, Galway, Moldavia. So Thessaly absolutely hates me. Shared border minus 213. The Fiefdom of Hungary. Which means I can't release them right now because I don't directly control Hungary. Much like I don't directly control Moldavia. Hold on a second though. We've just turned 16. Yeah? We're not in Regency. Reduce the cost of court a little bit more. There. Just for equilibrium. Just set on 100. Minting 12%. I let it get by me. That's alright. There. To slowly drop over time. The nobles tax as much as they can get. Same with burghers, same with commoners. Tribes don't make money, there's no point. Oh, wait, never mind. 0.03 if I max out the tribes tax. Okay. I think now it's time then. 15 cardinals versus 10, 1, and 1. 12 cardinals against 15 whole cardinals. 15 whole cardinals. Where was this power? Where was this power? Back during the Council of Trent. That's right, there's no pope right now. So... 72, 72. Cool. I've got 2 fleets big enough to carry everybody. Hey, Onyx. Little kitty cat coming up in front of the computer. You just wake up from your nap, Onyx? How about this? It's an hour before your 4 o'clock lunchtime, Onyx, but you slept right through 11Zs. What do I say? I give you and Toasty. Yeah. You hear that? You're hungry right now, aren't you, Onyx? You slept through 11Zs? So let's get you your food early, okay? Toasty? You want food too, Toasty? There you boys go. Eat up. Eat up. Onyx. You are so lucky, Onyx. I've recovered enough I could pick you up again. Whoa. 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 You're not hungry, Toasty? Well, You read at least Onyx. Go ahead. So, we gotta wait for the Pope to quit being dead first. Guys over here doing alright. Could upgrade the boats we have here. Might as well. I'm gonna be a bit till we do more fights in Indonesia anyway. Oh, come on, where's your next Pope already? Regent and cabinet member. 0% progress towards ending, come on! Can't call a crusade without a Pope to call it. Improving opinion, improving opinion, improving opinion. Onyx, what you doing back up here, baby? I gave you food. You don't want food, Onyx? You want attention right now? You want these pets, Onyx? Oh, look at him. You guys can't see him because the camera angle. But that is a very happy cat smile right now, Onyx. Time is at 3:17. I think I'll be done soon, Onyx. So what do you see you hang out, little kitty? Want me to put a place for your Onyx? Put a place over here? No? Well, you gotta find some place to sit, Onyx. Your butt's kind of blocking the game. And then he defies me by licking his paw. Turning away, licking his paw like he doesn't hear me. I see you, Onyx. I see what you're doing. You better check on your dad, Onyx. It sounds like it blew up. Satellite to Bohemia. Thank you, Onyx. Choose the edge of the desk on that corner. See, that's not in petting range, Onyx. Oh, they got a Pope. A Pope with funky glasses. Alright, now that they have a Pope. Choose target of crusade. It's gotta be Egypt again. They hold the Holy Land, and so they're the only real option. $15 votes for. Expected to be a yes, with a total of 15 votes, and only 12 possible to oppose. The Pope's wishes, of course, would be a mere suggestion. Money's oscillating in a pretty big way. And there's my Senato. What have we got, Senato? Develop the interior for urban building cost and then a few developments. And societal value towards land, no thank you. I like my 85.57 towards naval. Market regulation. Trade efficiency. 10 years of trade advantage. I guess I'll go with that. Think of the things that would give me the highest amount of Senato support immediately. Though we could do barracks infrastructure. Also, I keep forgetting that I'm still holding land over here. That my vassal wanted and made us go to war for. But I couldn't give it to him during all of our wars. That was doing nothing for us, he could have it. 54% of what do the peanut gallery want now? Bellicose support. We're already 56.6 belligerent. Opinion and impact from shared borders, plus 113. Is that good or bad? Is that an additional doubling of the impact? Or is that don't worry about it, get a little bit less? I think that's worse. It's a plus 113. Conciliatory. The minus 75 is in red, though, for conciliatory. Opinion impact from shared borders. How large of the negative opinion that other countries get from sharing borders. Then don't I want the minus? Minus is red, red is bad. Plus is green, green is good. Or maybe it's a math thing. Opinion impact from shared borders. Like if somebody is at minus 50, and then you add in 113, and so they're actually at 63 loving you for shared borders. Maybe? If that's the case, of being belligerent means, don't worry about it, boys will be boys. Who cares if we share a large border, it's fine. That doesn't make sense to me. I would think that conciliatory would make people more chill about shared borders. You sticking your nose in the camera, Onyx? You trying to say hello to the world? You're a cutie, Onyx. Increase opinion with Ulster for 24 extra support. Yes, please. Kind of blocking me, Onyx. Change policy for inclusive levies, increase opinion, bishopric of Mozon. Well, first, let's get our additional taxes. Additional taxes. Yeah, let's keep it on 74, it's fine. 75. Do I want the commoner so low? At a state satisfaction up here, what are we getting, Onyx? Your head's blocking the modifiers. More food production, levy recovery, stability, investment, cost. So I like commoners to be happier with me. And, more realistically, I like taxing the nobles and burghers as much as I can while giving less of a burden to the commoners. 45, 38, 52. At least the rich folks are paying more than the commoners. What's my expected cost of court right now? Plus 8 for great power? Plus 1 number of hegemonies? Oh. So it's a good thing I'm only diplomatic hegemon. If I had more hegemonies, my court would have to be more expensive. Oh well. $64%. We're gonna be fighting Egypt. And because Egypt's got this coalition with Egypt, Ottomans, and a couple of banks. Ottomans probably going to join in on this crusade too. Onyx, what you doing here, baby? Onyx, you're being so needy and affectionate. You're crawling over the keyboard under the microphone just to get your cheeks rubbed. Why don't you come out from under there, Onyx? Come over here, come over here, come over here. Come here, Onyx. This way, this way. So I could properly pick you up. I can't pick you up as easily from under the microphone. Oh, I gotta be careful, Onyx. My back isn't quite fully recovered yet. You're a big boy now, Onyx. Purring so much right now. You see this, Onyx? We got physical proof right here and on camera too. That when I'm gaming and you come over, I give you all the attention you want right away. All the attention, all the pets talking to you. Meanwhile, when your dad is playing games over there. Hey, Mason. Hey! Instead of flipping me off, you could use that hand to pet Onyx.
You have the big desk. I don't have anywhere for Onyx to sit on.
I'm holding him in my arms. Also, there's a corner of the desk over there above your mouse. It's okay, Onyx. I'm giving you attention right now, baby. But you know, Onyx, the more I pet you, the less time there is to do another crusade against Egypt. I was thinking of taking Cairo itself, Onyx. Or maybe even claiming a Red Sea port. Red Sea port, Onyx? How does that sound? I don't know if that'll help our trade range, but it should. Here, let me put you down, okay, Onyx? You haven't touched your lunch yet? Toasty's still napping? You could eat, you can nap with Toasty. And then he jumps right back around and over here. Onyx. Onyx. Your dad's calling you, Onyx. Oh, but you're coming to me instead, Mason. He took one look at you and he got closer to me. Isn't that sweet, Onyx? Onyx, if I had my stools, I'd put one right over here, and he could sit next to me as my royal advisor. How does that sound? You want to be my royal advisor, Onyx? Onyx says he'll take any position as long as he keeps getting pets. Right, baby? Baby Onyx? Baby Onyx? You look so regal, Onyx. You're like a little Pantheran prince herself. I think it's because he's so much happier and more energetic now that he's got all this house he can run around at night instead of our tight, cramped apartment.
Cracked.
Been so lethargic for so long, Onyx, but now that you could spread your legs and run around, stretch your legs and run around. It's like you've woken up from a daze, isn't it, August? August? Onyx? Mwah. Now come on, Onyx. I've given you plenty and plenty of pets. Let me conduct my war. As my first war as Queen Giovanna II, we have to impress our people. Who would I want to do Casus Belli on? France and Bohemia are still foolishly allied. It's almost as if they don't want me to invade them. We got no Casus Belli on England, despite... My uncle! My uncle sits on the throne and I cannot claim it for myself. Not even in line for the throne. Where's me? Fifth in line. Onyx, you're blocking, baby. You're doing very good not sitting on the keyboard. But I kinda gotta play, baby boy. I kinda gotta play, Onyx. You want the cats? Oh, you're going to your dad now, Onyx? I taught him that, Mason. I taught him that if you point your finger out, he'll try to boop your finger with his nose.
He rubbed his face on.
Yeah, he missed. Alright.
Yeah.
Can we fabricate a Claymon Throne Casus Belli? No. We can't bump ourselves up 4 lines. Alright, so. This one will complete around next February. 2 votes against me. Papal States in Poland. Poland's going against me.
Pick him up and hear this.
Yeah, he's purring just like he was for me.
Well, he wasn't purring before I picked him up. And I picked him up and he was.
Maybe we'll take a little bit more of Tunis. Spain, we gotta sit on for a bit. Because we have truce until, what, another year or so? 3 more years for Spain truce. Denmark, Brunei. I don't see a truce on Majapahit. So we could do another Casus Belli on them. If we go to war, Denmark will join in, despite the existence of a truce between us. And then a whole bunch of miners out here. India, Tondo. We could kick their ass again. Take more of this island. Denmark will join in, fully eliminate Denmark. Tunis, what would I want from you? We could do further inland. Try to fit on around here. Leave them the mountains, the desert. While we take more supportive rural areas for the coast. Could do like that. Let's see. War with Egypt won't take 5 years. Alright. But wait for the parliament to get close to the end, though. Who owns what around here? Tributary of Egypt, Yemen is independent. Hungarian Union. Suakin. Vassal of Egypt, Beha. Tributary of Alodia. -8 stability. We're almost back into the positives. How's my rebels? Francians. We're at 83, raise it by 26. 29, 28. Lutherans are suitably down again. They're just upset that stability is so low. Who would have guessed that a little instability, and suddenly people think they could take you on? Castilian Patriots, 893,000. Almost a whole million. Let's bury you. Allegedly, no country supporting Francian Patriots. Allegedly, No country supporting Southern Bavarians. Allegedly, nobody supporting Castilian patriots, but I don't believe him. The country supporting probably populates on the day that the revolt fires, if I had to guess. Get a bit of a war chest. Because I'm not over minting right now. Spoleto Earthquake? You guys have got to tone it down. And see what happened is, as soon as I said I'm going to save up a war chest, suddenly Earthquake. For the epicenter and every location around it. %5 support, Sonato. Oop, February. Let's get my guys going. Bump up the cash. We'll send these guys down here. We'll begin by taking Katya, while the other team goes for Akka, Al-Quds, and Gaza. Then they'll meet in the middle. What's up? What? Okay, I'll turn it off for a second. Where's the off-camera button? There's the off-camera button. Oh, see, the blue light went away. If the blue light's gone, it means that the camera's off. See? It just shows the Hungry Hearts Diner background. Oh, you're gonna take Onyx for a walk? I was telling him that since she had the day off, he could possibly take him for a walk. He's been aching for one. That's because he knows that were it not for the strike, thanks for shaking litter all over my cups. You done being behind me? You've streamed before, Mason. People know what you look like. You've even streamed Phasmo together, remember? Alright, now that he's not behind me anymore. 105 boats. 45 heavies. Ottomans are probably going to join in. 45 boats only. Gonna be nothing to worry about. Though I could use more boats for this guy. Sitting all by himself. Let's put him down. Oh, there he is. I felt like I was missing a boat. I didn't see him all the way up here. Egypt, Ducaridids. Ottomans have joined. I see that red there. As has Bulgaria. As has the Bank of Bardi and the Bank of Medici. So, we've only got 8 favors with Hungary. Will they be willing to join us? Minus 67. They're already at war. What are they doing? Savoyard Peasant Civil War. Eh. Has anybody else joined this crusade? And there's a rebellion against Banton right now, too. That at least nobody else is partaking in. It's just this bit. I don't gotta help them. They're big boys. They wanted to take that area away from Brunei. And so, they can handle it themselves. That'll be their proof of worth of governance. Oh, it's just us alone. Not even the Pope is involved in this. Everyone who voted no refused to join, and that means even the Pope refused to join. Truly, I am so popular. Tim Tams. I want to fall into it. 28th of March? Damn. 2 weeks practically just to get through. What have we got here? All levies? It's just all levies. Not gonna lose sight of the plan, though. Artist emigrates. Is he garbage? He's garbage. 7 ability. He's meticulous, but he's meticulous at making garbage art. He's Ben Garrison. Can we hurry it up here? Oh, I didn't get my Casus Belli. Oh well. I'll have to satisfy myself with this then. Okay, somehow we won the fight despite losing 1 vote. I was getting concerned with that one. We'll send some reinforcement up this way. And now, we're gonna take that town anyway. We'll take the city right next to it, or the castle right next to it, then go on the offense. In fact, going for Kathrasakir might force them to go against me. $85,000 waiting for us there. Yeah, that's not happening. Retreat! Okay. That was way dangerous. If that was both my armies getting crushed at once, it would have been an instant reload. I was holding my breath to see which way the morale would drop. Okay, we got some bullshit going on here from the Ottomans. Hungary just had to have a Savoy revolt. Started when? When? 1st of October of last year. A likely story. Look at them being chased around. Let's go help them out, because you know they're going to try to consolidate on them as soon as we get here. I saw you guys coming up back over there. Trying to be sneaky about it. But yeah, don't go anywhere. Stay, stay, stay. No boats to board? That's the next one over. No boats to board? Come on. All of our boats are here, has no boats to board. There you go, I knew you can do it. Trying to pretend like they weren't here. Okay, now. We got some ugliness going down up here too. Bulgaria's trying to get their piece of the pie. Didn't realize I'd be doing this crusade standing all alone. Let's sit over here first. Are you not going anywhere, boat? No, they're being an idiot. You see what they do? They're trying to bring all their armies over. We have one fight, but then everybody is just magnetically attracted. You see that? Instantly everybody coming in. They're just like, they're hiding right there. Trying to ambush. I've seen some guys at the subreddit thinking that being able to hide in a castle or a mountain and then ambushing enemy troops as they come by is unfair for the AI because the AI doesn't remember that they saw you enter a mountain and then now you're invisible. It's unfair for the computer. They fucking do it to you too. They're pulling the exact same thing. They keep everybody just out of sight in the fog of war, over in mountains and castles where you can't see them. And so when you attack one group that you could very easily take, you're at even morale, their morale's dropping, and they all come in, and they all come in, and they all come in, and suddenly your morale keeps dropping, but they keep getting freshened up. They're pulling the exact same thing. The AI doesn't have to be coddled about not remembering that you have invisible troops nearby. Because that is their strategy. That is their most masterful strategy. So they have a bunch of guys all over my lands. Eventually, Hungary's war is going to be finished. And it is. Third Crusade. And now Bulgaria's going to get the snot kicked out of them. Ottomans are going to get pushed out because Hungary is very good, at least, about undoing or liberating my own territory from occupation. Poland, you want to join? With promise of land. -10. Levy availability. Target opinion -15. They like Egypt more than me. 148 Hungary. Improve relations, 108. Aided us prior. Could keep that topped off. Okay, we're gonna sit here for a bit though. These guys are like half strength right now. Minus 44,000. 89,500 to fully reinforce regulars. Where are you going, beautiful? They're just sitting there? It's a shame you can't hover over at times like this and see what the compositions are. Like you can when they're not in a fight. I don't see why not, because I'm very clearly highlighting over the enemy army or the enemy fleet right now. You can see the golden border. And if I go over there, you can see the golden border over here, on my side specifically. And this doesn't break down what all they have troop-wise or composition-wise. Okay. I went to exit and it froze for a second. I was afraid it was going to crash. I'm not feeling so petty about this war to quit in the middle right now. I got the Hungarians consolidating in to help out against the Ottomans and the Bulgarians. I got my troops almost fully recovered. Instead of landing in Akka, I should have just marched out this way, then board boat and come back over. Not go yet. Stay there and keep recovering. Iznik. That's okay. We'll let them play around as much as they want to pretend that they're actually very good boys. We'll get some positive war score going here. Hungary, let's give you food access. While we're at war right now, you'll probably be happier to keep food access. You have food access, military access, fleet basing, never mind that. We could give them economic support. Raise their opinion by 0. Check this technology out. The rare moment you could just hold the button and have it rise up. Instead of having to go click, 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 click. 3,000 each month to improve their opinion by 5. 19.99, the max you could improve it by. I'll have to send them 11,277 per month. No. It's a fool's effort. If I make them exempt from sound tolls, will that make them like me more? It doesn't give any mention of opinion improvement. I don't see sound tolls on here, so I don't think I don't think sound toll exemption, when granted, outside of a peace deal, gives any opinion at all. Oh well. They want to fight over here, we'll fight over here. We got castle, we could probably erase him instantly. Daughter is born, look at that! We're back in the Angio dynasty. Head of dynasty is Carlo. He is a child. 20 living members right now. 12 years of age, 10, 75, 48, 54, 49, 44, 11, 58. So, they're either old, middle-aged, or babies. Little baby Margarita. Yeah, see? Instantaneous. And they were gonna come in and help the fight. And they still are. These guys also, foolishly, were gonna come on in, but they're too slow. Who's this, Medina? Medina's got some actual armies, but they're just so tiny. How do you have so many guys? Is it all mercenaries? Or is it... there's multiple guys at the stack? Yeah, Medina's got 653. Egypt has 23,000. All levies, though. Into the meat grinder. Yeah, see, this would have been much smarter than trying to go by sea when we have all this land access already. Now who is the goober? The goober is me. Okay, they got across the border just in time to replenish again. Malta? Who's on Malta? Sheikdom of Barca? Wasn't even tracking them. Oh, they're gonna take... wait. Malta is considered the capital for this area. Little Malta that has been neglected for so long. Okay. If they say so. I'll take their word for it. Let's hold off on taking Cairo just yet. There's a crusade target. And then this stack will happily start relieving things around the Mediterranean, or around the Aegean. That's okay. These places will come back our way. They're going after easy peasy stuff, and would you look at that, the Hungarians and the Moldavians are bleeding over the border. They got to enjoy their picnic for a little bit. But now comes a hose to wash the ants away. would also help if I had actual commanders on these armies, you know? Man is 72 years of age. Roberto, live up to your dynasty. Prisoners slaughtered. I guess for game balance reason, I understand why I could only, at best, hire your prisoners as mercenaries and not fully conscript them into your service. Because imagine the astronomical growth of every single war you captured prisoners. Automatically became... I mean, look at that. Catania's gotta be a lot more prestigious than Malta. Malta's barely anything. Little Malta gets taken, and because of that, instantly, some accountants come in and say, you're a slave, you're enslaved, you're enslaved. I understand if, after a siege, you can take slaves. But the rest just popping automatically is pretty funny. More prisoners to destroy. No, onto Milos. There you go. Any Egyptian counter-resistance here? None. We even have just baggage trains sitting around completely undefended. There they are. $208 is slowly taken. No way. Oh, they just barely overpowered the defenders. More prisoners to completely destroy. Every place we liberate, we slaughter their oppressors. 106,000. Damn, man. Legs still a bit stiff. As much as there's still a slight sting when I sit on the stool and try to move my leg up, the mobility is a whole lot better than it was by the end of the last week. I had a day where I skipped streaming not because the Wi-Fi was bad, but because I couldn't stand. I had to lay in bed. It's improving on its own, but I've been doing more stretches to try to speed up the healing process, maintain the range of motion even while I'm in recovery from it. Because the last thing I want is to get completely stiff and even more immobile after healing. I got caught by a boat there. Still nobody. I guess we kicked their ass that badly. How much you got, Egypt? 84,000 guys still. Then where are they? He doesn't have any other war. No, it's just us. So what's the deal? Oh, to put a castle there. They knew that it was a weak spot. Come on! What's the hold up here? They filtering in more boats faster than we can? We also have no commander. We're probably going to lose that one. Ottomans lost. Italy won of the... Alright, somehow we won. Morale was getting way low for it. But I'll take the win. I was fully expecting defeat. Who else would seize defeat from the hand of victory but me? Okay, there's very light resistance. But otherwise, they got nothing going on there. This is still the Guinea show. This is still Giovanna II. Thriving. Where's my army? I got the notification that we won. So... they've been rendered invisible again. Ah, there they are. They're still... There. Now they're back to where they're supposed to be. Looks like our lands over here have been recovered. Let's go on the offensive then. Borca, we still can't take separately. Rebel against Banten. See, I don't gotta do a single thing, and we're already at positive war score. 14%. Not bad for less than 6 months of war. About 6 months of war. Got our butts handed to us once. Got stuck around for a little while. Had Ottomans pour on over, Bulgarians pour on over. And now we once again hold Philistinia. We're right outside Cairo. We've kicked all the Ottomans back into the Ottoman Empire. Well, sorry. Kingdom of the Ottomans. Since they've gone Christian. $38,000. We'll come on close. Now, before we bring this crusade into its second offensive phase, it's been 6 hours, so let me give this hip of mine a break. Turn into such an old man! Enjoy the very, very soft music before the dynamic music player decides, hey, you're up in low Earth orbit, you don't need music in low Earth orbit. So, let me risk overloading the bandwidth. The bitrate's been stable. The drop frames have been minimal. And I'll put on some BRB music, since very clearly the game's dynamic music player doesn't want to play music. Where's the one I like? These are all so tiny. There we go. Now, I'll BRB. What a surprise. Dynamic music player is completely dead. Someday, they'll just release an actual jukebox or normal music player. Now, where were we? Ottoman offense against us has been de-offended. Where are my boats? One group coming up this way. The next. Slowly making their way on down. So we'll start up here first. Minus 310 per month. Where are these guys going? 30 mercenary transports. They're nothing to worry about then. These pinnaces could probably take them on. And then they instantly lose one. What? Why? Are they? Right flank empty. Balance. I always neglect to look at the balance. It would have been enough to go against just transports if they weren't completely lopsided. $38,000 Egyptians. And they're all levies. They're all levies, so still nothing to worry about. Old news is forward level. They put a castle in Beliseek. That's new. They had no chance of surviving. Only 997. Level 4 forts also obsolete. This army in particular is very bad about staying just where it's supposed to be. So let's see. Has it been long enough? It probably hasn't been long enough to individually peace out with people. Not until March. We can start taking land though. They've got their asses kicked enough. Bulgaria hasn't. Bulgaria? We can't individually truce with you. Who are you involved with? Overlord, Fiefdom of the Ottomans, huh? Would you look at that? Hungary's occupations are turning into my occupations because they're joining as my allies. So, we could absorb Bulgaria. Just gotta take their capital there. Where are they going? We're gonna catch them here before they head up there. Nope, missed them. Let's help them out. Do them a good turn. What the heck? We're sharing space. Right now. They're somehow sharing space but not attacking each other. Even the music is sounding more confused. Okay. We'll let them do what they want then. They're being weirdos. Stability is almost to 0. We're almost out of the negatives. Battle Katuya. They got so many Hungarians here. "1,000 soldiers, huh? Defending their garrison? Would be a shame if something happened to them. Some works of art destroyed, so many stolen for Napoli. Unimaginative man. We're still working on taking Bulgaria's capital. Huh. We're not holding Bursa? How did I neglect to take Bursa for my own? Apostolic case Repetitus. How's my little kid now? 0 years of age. It really feels like 3 years have already passed, but it's only been 1 year since this war started. Ma Sharuna. %, still, probably as high as that's gonna go. I want to take these guys on. But Genoa probably isn't going to give me military access. Do they hate me still? No, they don't hate me, actually. But they won't just give us fleet-basing rights or military access rights for free. Oh well. We don't gotta hold on to that. Let's go see about helping them out in Bulgaria. The Egyptian army is good at one thing, and that is hiding. They make a big, strong showing at the start of the war, and then they haven't shown up since. From 64%. Come on, come on. To 64 still. Oh, that's it. Just 210 guys. Assume control, we'll show them how it's done. There. Instantly, within a day. Now. Ottomans. Let's peace out individually with them. First, we shall eliminate their vassal. Minus 58? Oh, that's too much for him, is it? That's only 13 war score, or 13 total peace cost. But currently minus 75. Current war enthusiasm minus 50. They still have war enthusiasm? That stability. Enthusiasm of the Kingdom of the Ottomans 100%. Really? Ongoing battles plus 197. So they're feeling fairly confident about this and about that coming up. I think that's a game balance thing, because it's pretty easy in other Paradox games to go into a fight that you may or may not win. And the moment it starts to turn against you, take your piece before the fight ends and before you start losing war score from it. Here, the foeman seems quite willing to be more stubborn about peace deals if there's an ongoing fight just so you can't sneak out at the last minute. So I'm thinking, if these fights are resolved, they might be more willing to give stuff up for me. They got a rough fight over there. They've lost a fight over there. Ottoman enthusiasm. Whatever happened to their plus 100 something enthusiasm because they had an ongoing fight? Now, taking all of Bulgaria, and all of down here is a plus 17. I should just put them out of their misery and take their capital away too. Bursa makes it minus 45. Oh, and then 109. It's 103. So that's 63 alone for taking their capital. If I take everything around their capital, it's a little bit more reasonable. And then we could take more of it in a subsequent war. We'll take more Mediterranean coast, pick away at their capital province, and completely destroy the existence of Bulgaria. Wait a minute. Okay. Negotiate for our entire alliance and negotiate only for themselves. Alright. Ottomans alone giving me this. After a turbulent siege and a valiant defense of the resident garrison, Ascoval has fallen to the might of our great armies. Within its walls resides a powerful religious authority, as the town once hosted dignitaries of the Orthodox faith. The question yet remains, should we abolish this kindred institution, or adopt it under our protection? Every member of Autocephalous Patriarchate of Haskoval loses 50 opinion. We gain destroyed heretic Autocephalous Patriarchate. Is that until the end of the game? Because we've currently got one of those already, don't we? Religion, tolerance of heretics is a -2. If we dissolve it, we gain $33,000. 40% of yearly income. 33,000 is a huge sum. If we keep it under other religion control, lose religious influence, maintaining heretic Autocephalous Patriarchate, tolerance of heathens +1 would bring it up to a .70 negative. It's a -2 tolerance, though. -2 would bring us so far down. We only barely tolerate our own religion. Big fat money? Or more tolerance? It's big fat money. -2. Alright, so Ottomans out of the fight. A bit more land for us, and the crusade against Egypt is still ongoing. Still at -33. So let's see. If I want to get Cairo. +44. We'll pinch things off here. +2. It's only a 30 score cost so far. So I think we could keep going. They've already popped their cherry in splitting their land. -18 is pretty doable, I think. Two fractured -60. Okay. This would be a pretty good spot for a vassal if you had a bravery of taking Egypt earlier on. Let them govern themselves to our economic benefit. Alright then, let's find more stuff to occupy. Only 1,000 ducats. Oh, what do we got here? 3,000 soldiers? Sorry, 3,500. And now, their lives are over. They really thought their bastions would hold me off. 32%, what do you say, Egypt? Minus 14 still? I'm not asking for too much. Only their capital. And some more of the Nile Delta. I'm being extremely generous, I think. Correct section chance, thank goodness. To have gone this long without it. Noah's nice about Imperator Rome. This guy is just completely offset. Each and every time. Is that he could take your boats up and down the Nile? It was actually a navigatable river. Okay, we'll go to Aswan. And that'll be as far south as I go. In fact, that's not even Egypt anymore. That's Banu Khans. Tributary or vassal? Minus 11. Pulling teeth. Cologne disaster. Oh man, we gotta spare no effort. We gotta spare no 22 ducat effort. Okay, let's head back home first. I suppose it does make sense. Even ignoring the heavy warships. My transportation ships will be too big for the Nile? I'm not sure. It's not a tiny river, the Nile. I'm sure that brigs go through. Maybe galleys, especially. Who's gonna finish first? They're going to liberate Jaffa, or is their boat gonna get there before they can? Oh. They pulled it off just in the nick of time. And there they are. They've been hiding out there the whole time. Well, if that's where they want to be, we could party. 45% war score so far, and that's it. It's +5. +5, so could I take a little bit more? 2. -1. -1, so I could push a little bit further, right? Only -5 to accomplish. We could go further down. Slink on down this umbilical cord. 37, -10. Okay, we'll just go towards Saruna. I think that's a decent amount of greed, I think. Get the Delta, get Cairo, get a little bit of the Nile. Oh, so they actually pushed off the Hungarians a bit well? And they're going for the kill, with us just around the corner. Which counted as a loss for me, damn it! Come on! I gotta go all the way out there before turning around now. They took a whole % war score away from me! That's what I get for helping out my allies. They got nothing scary here. All levies. All levies. We just joined at the end of the fight, so we had no choice but to consider it a loss. How far are we go? All the way out there. Dude. Somebody's got to work on their math. Do we have a cat outside? Okay. Because I don't see Toasty. Well, the main group's almost ready. Okay, we don't have any Hungarians hiding around to make a losing fight out of this. Terrain's to their benefit. We got the better commander, we got the stronger army, higher morale, and better quality. Given that it's all regulars of a modern variety in all subjects versus levies. 1 cavalry regular, 101 cavalry, and then all levies, some regulars, some, against 91,000. Though morale is sapping pretty fast getting over. Oh, come on, Hungary! Look at that bullshit! Look at that! They did that just to make another loss for me. Okay, they left. But my morale's also gutted just trying to march over. Okay, this one's on me. That one's on me because my morale was drained before we got over there. And we got no more manpower. We got no more manpower. At least the loss was tiny. So lesson learned, we won't be fighting in Adamur. Just marching over is suicidal for me. They shall imagine that they struck a blow against us this day. Or just take over more of their land. Nobility demand increased pensions. Lose $10,000 for 5% noble estate happiness, or refuse to lose 10. They try to take advantage of me is what they're doing, just because I am the young queen. I feel like this is also going to destroy me marching around this way. How about... Oh, there's some friendly Hungarians. We come up this coast instead. We got Tarsus right next door, Banias. I see the Hungarians have a similar idea. Oh, they got some pushback over here. 23,000 dudes. Here, hold off on this place. Put a boat on over to them. They foolishly imagine they have more confidence when they have an ongoing siege. They didn't think we would march back so quickly, and we didn't. 50%, an even 50. They had a couple of very confidence-boosting victories under their belt when we tried to march on over and lost all of our morale doing it. But how now? +8? And +8 means they could take a little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. Ah? 3 remaining, a little bit more. Get as far as the suits? 0. Okay. We'll wiggle the umbilical cord down that far. And consider that very good. Take the lunch money. 241 bucks. Not a bad Italy. Encapsulating almost all of Italy. Greece. Good chunk of Turkey. Half, well, I wouldn't say half, a third of the Nile's Delta. Western Mediterranean coast of Africa, and the better parts of Spain. Now just gotta get my guys boated up. Crusade disbanded. Every single time it keeps going this way. Will the warriors of Christ ever reclaim Jerusalem? No. That's just my excuse to take everything else. Hungary's got 123 opinion. It's gonna take so long to get them high enough to start annexing. I don't think we're actually going to annex them by the end of the game. They are annexing Moldavia. And that means it's going to take so much longer to annex Hungary because they'll have an extra. They'll have more land. More land to make it more impossible to annex them within this time period. It'll have to be fully annexed by the time of Vicky. improve opinion by plus 0.83. Enforce peace, eclipse in union, and enforce succession law change. Aren't as high as they were. They've gone down by about 10 or so each. So the more these drop, the higher their love for me will go again. Now the war's done. Wrong button. Army maintenance, down the toilet. Fort maintenance, down the toilet. Get some actual income per month. And look at that, Christmas miracle. 439 gold now. Per month. Not that. Stability. We're above 0. We're above 0 stability again. .41 religious influence, gaining by 0.51 a month. Isn't too bad. We could maybe add more saints into us once we get enough. It's only 150. That's pretty cheap compared to all the cardinal seats we've been getting. 15 whole cardinals. 2 years ago was the last Senato. These wars go by fast when it's not France and Bohemia together. It still takes a... It's pretty brisk going through France. And Bohemia is slow and ponderous with all of our forts up here. It's just too expensive going against them. The cost for a single bit is too overinflated. Let's send these guys home and watch my manpower completely obliterate. My poor manpower. 45,993 to fully reinforce. And I have 6,000. I haven't really been using these camp followers. Deuces. My heavy attack fleets will bring back around. Another little girl, little Maria. I could execute her. I picked up Malevolent. Cruel. No, Malevolent would have been able to banish. Minus 2.5. Estate satisfaction equilibrium. Can execute characters and monthly progress to serfdom. That is such a horrible trait to get. Queen Giovanna grew up cruel. Veneration of relics. Forgiveness only from God. Egypt's declared us rivals. Alright, I don't even think about you. Okay. So, let's sort through our light fleet. Maritime presence. Looking very sexy in blue so far, but there's still a few pieces of green. Especially since I had these guys not doing a whole lot during the Regency. So, have you patrol around... We'll just have you do the whole Eastern Mediterranean. And then back down and around. Eventually we get more coast over here, and that'll be your zone of area. Your zone of area. Small group of 10 here. We'll mostly do around these lower bits. This 15 stack. You'll do around here. Down this bit and back around. .44s be here. Around Tunis. Around Sicily. And a bit of this bit. We'll do some overlap. An overlap. Your patrol route. Yeah. Just consider that. Now you are in the wrong place entirely, because you should be down. Maintaining presence in our African coast. We'll have you go around Sardinia. Get some more overlapping zones. And your home fleet. You guys got it easy. Leaves us with a lot more Italy and Egypt, no more Bulgaria, a Hungary to just get to like us more before we can start annexing them, and that's going to take so long because they're already annexing Moldavia when they have all this land. That's all making it so much more expensive to annex it diplomatically. Ah. And $34,000 in my pocket to spend the next time we get into this. Manpower is also absolutely gutted. How long do we have on Choose for Spain? They're done, right? Yeah, they're done. So I guess next Senado we'll get another casus belli on Spain. Spain used to be one of the powers that we weren't going to fuck with, and now look at them. 2 years should be enough time to get at least 100,000 manpower more. Then drop our boats. What do we take next? Go towards Granada? And hook on over to take the Straits of Gibraltar from them? That sounds like a good plan to me. For now, I am going to call it here though. I'm going to relish in these victories. And bring it to an end for today. So who we got to raid right now? It's after 5. Are the expected parties currently streaming right now then? I see Duke's on, Schubert's on. Doing his retro achievement requests as he does every Sunday. So how about we go? Toss the raid on that direction, say hello to Schubert. See what retro achievement stuff he's getting up to, and maybe put in some requests of our own. Catch you guys tomorrow. You have a good rest of your night, and I'll see you next time. Take care.
Tsuki no showerを優しく浴びると 痛みも消えてゆくよ。ああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさ。Tomorrow 走ろう新しく Tomorrow 輝こう強く